Hello. Are we doing well? How they doing, Lulus? Thank Kira. And the Corinthian, yes, many have made the same realization. Like, oh right, yeah, isn't that character from Neil Gaiman's The Sandman? I also realized that, you know, a long time after I've done the painting. You know, it happens. These people are turning up. I'm seeing as people are turning up. Why don't we just start the game, mate? From the comics, yeah? Yeah. Cool. Slow that one down a little bit, and we jump here. And let's just start the game. No, I was supposed to do a game dev today, but then I realized that I'm a coward, and I'm greedy for my Stationeers. I'm a coward because the oncoming larger game dev project I need to start tomorrow, because that was the starts, and then I thought, like, well, today we'll do the Try Jam, you know, a nice little quick game dev thing, and then the theme had to do with dice and everything, and well, I chickened out. And said, like, you know what? Fuck it. We're going to go straight into Stationeers and have fun with this one instead. And then tomorrow will be a day of many new things. We'll be starting a new project, long-term one. I have been, you know, at least sketching out the ideas on paper, so I'm at least doing something on that front. And my plan is to do like minimum of 2 hours of game dev at the start of the stream. And then gaming if there's time left over. And that's why I said, you know, minimum 2 hours. So we got at least something done every day. Now, it's not going to be all coding. Sometimes it'll be art. Sometimes it'll be just, you know, sketching out ideas or, you know, working on the GDD in the future and all that. But tomorrow also will be a new game. Where's my... There it is. I'm going to turn this one off. Jump into this one. And there. And that game will be, well, and a finished game that was very recently released. And I finally caved in and got me a copy. And it is, of course, my winter car. We'll see how that works out. That is one of those long-term games, and I got so many long-term games and projects going on. Games I should be playing. I did also, in the winter sale, I did do it. I got myself a copy of Workers and Resources, so we need to play that. And other things. There's so many things that need to be done. And now if I do that. Good old DF music. So okay, I did a little bit of off-stream mining, mostly. Got myself a little damage there, and I do some cables back and forth. Now let's see, what do we have here, actually? So our state of our suit, our gases is A-OK. Filters are doing A-OK. Oh, right, yeah, and I started building a new room for the fuel production, and possibly we'll turn that into a, like, ore handling room. And I made a couple of these big ones, and I came to the conclusion that for this kind of space, these working together with this one, heckin' pointless. So we gotta rip them out. Put in some active vents instead. Save those for something more sensible. Alright, yeah, because I've got my loader here to make heavy cable. Super heavy cable. I'm making so much of super heavy cable now. I did a whole bunch of trading. And I traded forth ores and things. There we go. I can put you there as well. For alloys. Pretty much. I think my dude still has okay money situation. We got 1,400 buckaroonies. Euros. Would you look at that? I wonder if that is just currency marker of your country and or area. Or if it's always euros. Who knew? The EU has colonized space. Norway still not a... Still refuses to join. Because they don't need no help. They're doing splendidly all on their own. Now... What am I doing? Right, we got shoots. And... we need to connect... the other guy. That one is open because how about we do it this way? Yeah, the pressure in here got over 40 megapascals, and even the temperature isn't even that high in there, so that is why. Yeah, so there's a new room over there, which is just a hollow space. There's nothing really in it. And then we put shutters in there. But now, I need to go and push some buttons. Because this isn't automated yet. So we do put there. And start cooling down what we got. Actually, no, we should probably also do that one to make sure we don't... Wait. But it should be kind of fine, right? Alright, let's just let's try it again. Okay, so if we go here, and I made a whole bunch of these chippies. Do I have logic chips, IC housings, transmitters, speakers? Let's just get this stupid thing done. Been waiting here for so long. And those cables come through here, link to that, and they go all the way around. And they link... Yeah, perfect. So we have access to all of these. Wonderful. That's pretty much all we need. And then when we have a look-see inside this here package. Make you a code in just a jiffy. Why are you in the electrics? You go... hang out with the greens. See, I made some deep miners already. We just need to go place them out. And also, Ogre needs to dig more. Now, we need a tool that is the wire cutter, so that we may place a wire where it is needed. Heckin' A. And in the name of making things easier for us, I'll put you there. I already have some heavy cable here, but you know we need more. I'm super heavy. Needs so much more. And then it's labeling thingamabob. Oh, waste gas in. Waste gas. Cooling. Doggo made annoyed noises. Wastes, yes, cooling. Turbo pump. So I think we just need the waste gas in. Wow. Small tank. Shit. Tank, pump. Yep, those three are all we need. And yeah, that was our functioning code. So first we'll alias our cooling tank with D0. Then we're aliasing our purge pump as D1, and then we're aliasing our cooling valve as D2. Excellent. Now, we are not doing anything with the databases, but just, again, I'm trying to learn a sort of best practice kind of thing. Then we have the start of our loop, which starts with the good old classic yield. Because this one we do want to happen relatively often. We're gonna need a define here. Define target I don't know, 500. No, it's 274 for 0 Celsius. So it'll be 474 for 200. Let's just do 500 just in case. And it's a nice round number. And first we load into we alias. Because, yeah, we can use just register names. We need to rewrite the gas mixing code too, because I want things to be as like human readable as possible. Because if I look back at a code and it's all just, you know, R0s and D2s and whatnot and so on, and then I have to read through the entire code to understand what exactly it is doing. Whereas everything is named, it's easier for my brain to like to sort of see, okay, so that leads to there and so on, and oh, right, yeah. So we'll do this one just Alright, you know what? We can change that from temperature from to heat. So we can have temp in our 0. Now we'll load into temp, which is temporary, from the cooling tank. It's temperature. Then we check if what was the greater than options? Good old GT. Yeah, I saw the branch, but I don't want the branch. What was the one where it just slot logic slot type on device to register? No, SGT. Because the GT I get, greater than. What was S for then? Simulate? Salty? Salty greater than, yeah. Dog morning. See, it took me this long, Sankira, to notice that you actually said dog morning. And it was a very dog morning indeed. Had nice walkies, lovely and crisp out there. Especially for our old man, he really loves the snow. So he really enjoyed his walkies. So SGT, so it's greater than, we check in our temp. If temp is greater than target heat, we double check here. We jump back into SGT. Registers 1 if A is greater than B. So if our temperature is above target heat, then temp becomes 1, otherwise it becomes 0. Then we load into S into cooling valve, the thing. Is it on? Well, I'm assuming it'll be on. Into on, we save the value of temp. So now it'll be open or closed. Now, then if the valve is open, we don't do nothing. If it's closed, so it is branch greater than 0. It'd be G. Now if less than 0, right? Branch less than 0. Branch to line B if A less than 0. But we can't have that now. We can't be less than 0 here. It'll be just less than. A BLT. Bacon, lettuce, tomato. If A is less than B. So if temp is less than 1, meaning that it's closed. That will work. Oh, hello there, Aurelia. Hope you're doing well. Good morning to you, friend. It's a lovely little wavy boat. I like that a lot. Okay, so the problem is we can't just do what I was about to do, because I wanted to have a sort of purge loop that happens if we close the valve. So this is the valve closed. You know, right? Allergies aren't great, but it's all right. Allergies are, that sucks. Ooh, sorry. Ooh. All right. So we'll check here if temp is less than 1, jump to purge. Then we do J strat. I'm lucky that my only real allergy is for it's finished timote. It's kind of hay. No, just a hay grass you feed to animals. Now the bad part is that I grew up on a horse riding farm and I had to do hay work in the fields and so on. So every now and then I had to take a break to like really not die from getting all clogged up. But it never was that bad. It's a mild allergy, and it's the only one I have. Still, like, strong exposure really gets to you. And we, as kids, we played around in the hay barn, in the hay bales. Really annoyed the shit out of our mother because we kept on breaking the hay bales. And that was, fun times, but I got insanely itchy because the powder sort of gets underneath your clothes. And it's annoyingly, when the dust can be annoying enough, but then when you have a mild allergy, it gets really itchy eventually. But I hope your allergies are, equally mild and merely annoying. And if they're not, I hope you have ways to mitigate the stuff. Hopefully, you can, avoid what's causing it and or have medication that would help. Ooh, yeah, so we also enter a purge state. That means that we do... We save into purge pump on 1, which is turning on. Then we sleep for 3 seconds, just in case. Then we save into purge pump on 0. So we turn it off. 3 seconds is more than enough. I think it usually drains the thing in like 2 or 1 second even. But it's not like the electrical cost is high. And I tend to say I'm allergic to life, lol. Beginning of December I started my allergy shots though. Just had another one yesterday and the day after. Tends to be pretty rough. Ooh. That sucks. An allergy shot. Now I don't have the kind of allergies we need shots for. I didn't know that was a thing. Is that neat? Is it like a way to help build like what's the word? Tolerance for your body? Like, here, like have small doses of the thing that's annoying and then the body goes like, alright then fine. Allows it to exist. Because I know like some people have like intentionally there's these certain types of I think they're called hookworms. These worms that then live inside your intestines. Because you see, with some people that they help with autoimmune things, including some allergies, where your autoimmune system is like hyperactive and it's attacking your body. So you give it something to fight, and it's something benign, like a little worm that'll just is there and annoys your body enough to like make it give it something to fight, and that way it reduces some symptoms. Now, I'm not a doctor. Don't take medical advice from me. But and also, yeah, like I said, for some people it works with some things. They're like microdose you with your allergies. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So you build up a tolerance for them. That is very cool. Very neat. And I'm glad that technology exists, and I very much understand why you'd be a little messed up afterwards. Okay, let's see. We're loading in the temperature. We're checking if the heat is correct, and then if it's too hot, we turn on the pump. The doctor. So why do you have worms in you? Me. Hanu told me it will help. Oh. No. I'm a madman on the internet. Take my advice at your own peril. I guarantee nothing. I talk a lot of shit. Sometimes I'm right. Not always. What the heck? Would you look at that goddamn 25 stream streak? Thank you, Auralia. I really do appreciate that. That is very nice. Very kind. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. Oh. And I really need to. I own repo. I've yet to launch it even once. I need to find the time, Auralia. I'm sorry. I'm a bad friend. I still haven't found the time to join you guys on your repo adventures. It's on the to-do list with all the other things, but I keep on getting distracted by things like this. I'm sorry. Okay, now. Okay, currently the system we made here, what it does is it will activate, it'll work in the sense that it'll open and close the valve. Yes. Now the problem is our purge situation here. Yeah, it's a long process, 35 years of shots. That was doing okay. For the first year, you gotta go in once a week. Also, no worries, we're all distractible people around here. Thank you for the understanding. But yeah, I hope it works out with the shots. It sounds like really cool, technology. I wonder how they can get that to work. So yeah, it is essentially the same as a vaccine, in the sense that you give a little bit to the body, so it's building up a tolerance. Now with the vaccine, of course, instead of a tolerance, you generate your. Why are you so restless, Dogo? Dogo keeps on going back and forth. Everything's fine. yeah, you normally with the vaccine you build up your antibodies, which is an entirely its own entire system. And I guess with the that's your bed. She keeps on trying to steal the other dog's bed, and then apparently when she hangs out in there long enough, it's just not good enough. It's like the three bears, and eventually has to go back to her own bed, which is just right. Even though the friend's bed looks way better. And exactly, I'm pretty confident it'll work. It'll work very well for me because it has worked well for my aunt and my cousin. Ooh, that is always good. Yes. When you have historical evidence from other people from your same genetic background, close genetic circle, which is like, we're very likely to work for me as well. Very likely. It's not 100%. I took a DNA test a long time ago, and I have a very low chance of losing my hair, male pattern baldness, but it happened. Sometimes you roll that natural one anyway in life. You're like, oh, god damn it. No one in my family has lost their hair, except me. I mean, older men have like receding hairlines, which is normal, but no one has the freaking bald spots on the top. I've got 2, which I have to shave. No. I'm very restless. The dog keeps on running around. I'm just wondering, what is that? Oh well, that's just Zelda being Zelda, I guess. Her base state is just fine. It's like looking for things to be unhappy about. Yes, easily distracted. It's in the tag. It's real. Sorry about that. hope you can learn to live with it. But okay, so our code works in the sense that if the temperature is too high, the valve will open. Once it's below our target, it'll close, which is a-okay. Now, we want it to detect when it closes, and when it does, it'll jump into our purge script here, where it activates the pump, waits for 3 seconds, and then turns off the pump, and then goes back into the normal loop. Because while the pump is on, we don't give a shit about the temperature. We need the pump to make sure that there's no gases left in our sort of cooling thingamabob, because it is extremely efficient. We have the largest thing we can here, and it's a mild problem on account of then if there's any gases left there, they will not only turn liquid, they will freeze and burst the pipes. So that's why we have to be able to have the pump on to suck out a vacuum in that tiny bit of pipe, similar to the automated cooling system we have in the ceiling of this room. It's pretty much based on this one, actually. Now, how do we detect this? So one way would be if we'd have we use another registry here. And before we set the cooling valve state, we in fact save it. And then we do a comparison. So that we can, because we have to load it in from there, so to look, is the current target for the valve the same as, well, it's the current state. So we'll do another alias here. We'll call this one valve state into R1. And we're into our bit in the beginning where we load things. We add here, we load into the valve state from our cooling valve. Its own state. Is it open or closed? So first we load in the temperature, we check in what is our current valve state. Then we check should we open or close the valve. Then we make any necessary changes to the valve. And we have now saved the previous state here before the changes. So if it has been closed, now its current state, which is the same as temp, could be different from the old one. So now we want, because if we do this, and so if by valve state 1, so the valve is open, and temp is 0, so we want to close it, so we have closed it here essentially. So then we check if I've written that one completely wrong. ABC. There's way too many here. So branch to line C if A is less than B. Now if valve state. No, if temp, which is the current state, is 0, it is closed. And if it's less than valve state, which could be 1, where we have just closed it. Excellent. We don't need to change anything here. We just remove that one because it made no sense, and we do that. So now if temp, which we could actually rename here. Well, we're using it for a few things, so no, I'm going to do this little change here to we do new valve state and old valve state. Just to make things, more visually clear. Also, because I'm realizing I'm making a bunch of these codes, and I do have my Discord, and so far I'm mostly been leeching off of the know-how and information from Balin Elamain over on the YouTube side, who keeps on sharing his wisdom and obviously has has a lot more hours in this game than I do. Thankfully, not giving too much direct help, but I will gladly accept mathematical formula and so on, because it would be unrealistic to expect that I would just either spontaneously reinvent gas constants and mathematics, or in general be aware of them. Unknown unknowns are always tricky because there's things that I don't know. Like, for example, mathematical formula for the gas mixture system, where we can combine two gases in the perfect ratio regardless of their individual temperatures and expansion states, and so on. And then he has a similar one for a sort of centralized, localized the PID system. We use the PID chip there outside. Now he has shared the code now twice for how he has a similar system where you have a pump in between and two sensors on both sides, and it maintains the pressure on the outside, again, regardless of temperature of the gases and their expansion states.
Hello,
very cool.
Son of Hanu. I don't know how many sons Hanu has, but I think you are my favorite one.
Why, thank you, Asha. You're very, very kind. You're very, very kind indeed. Yes. There's many sons of Hanu. All the way back. There's the son of Hanu, the son of Hanu, son of Hanu, son of Hanu, son of Hanu. All the way back into the, annals of history. All the way to the very first Hanu, who sprung, fully formed, from a riverbank at the beginning of time, when the land was formed from the eggshells of the egg that birthed the world, and the first river and the first land masses were formed, and the first rivers flowed. It's Hanu's all the way back, absolutely. No, he didn't get his place in the Kalevala, but he was there. He was one of those unnamed people in the audience listening to Väinämöinen sing in the old Finnish folklore. Hey there, Nev. Nice seeing you. Okay. Yeah, it's Hanu's all the way back. That is the lore I've decided upon, and I think I should write that one down and try to come up with a proper story of the narrative of the legend of the Hannus. Ooh, 3-stream streak. Nice one, Neff. Thank you. And thanks for the follow. I did notice. Wink. And that's another question I guess I should put out, because I know a lot of streamers have anonymous follows. Do you think that would be a good idea? Should I do that one? Hey there, Vivenji. Hope you're doing well. Not seeing you around. The Lord of Hanno. Yeah, pretty much. Sorry about that. Alright, coffee's gone. Then I have some nice decaf, but very tasty licorice tea. This has got this throat comfort tea. Lovely. And I honestly didn't realize I wasn't following, because I've been watching every Stationeers stream for the last week or so. And I was also a bit surprised when I saw OBS saying hey, never followed. I'm like, oh. But I haven't seen them around for so much. But, it happens. And also I know sometimes, you accidentally unfollow then refollow, or then, internet shenanigans happens on some end, suddenly you've been like unfollowed. You're like, why am I not following this person I've been following for like the past half year? Anyway, now let's walk through this again. I changed the names, and last time I did that, I copy pasted, I broke a code. So let's walk through this again. Good old rubber ducking. So first we load into our new valve state the temperature from a cooling tank, then the old valve state, the cooling valve's, state, is it on or off? Then we register if it's greater than, into the new valve state, we say is the current temperature of the cooling tank greater than our target heat. If it says yes, then we have a value of 1. If it's below our target heat, which means it's cool enough, then it turns into a 0, which means closed, because then into our cooling valve, we save in its on state, so it should be, open and close our new valve state. So if it's below target heat, close. If it's above, open. Then we branch if it's larger than, if the new valve state, which would be here, if it's 1, sorry, now I forgot to mute the mic in time. So we check if the new valve state and the old valve state. If the new valve state is 0, then the old valve state is 1, which means we have gone over from 1 to 0, which means you should be LT. For a second there, my brain just went like, larger than, no, less than. So if the new valve state is less than the old valve state, so we've gone from 1 to 0, then we go into the purge part of our script, which is here, where we open up our purge pump, we wait for 3 seconds, and we turn it off, jump back to start. Otherwise, we go past this and we jump back to start. Also here. That'll be fine, actually. Trying to come up with my own sort of rules for script. There's the, the style guides and so on. It's always tricky when you read code with someone or someone reads your code and they're like classically trained or they've been in the industry like, oh no, but this means that and so on. You should name these and those. And I'm like, I can name my variables, fruit, and it'll still work. And none of that matters what the variables are named or not named. I can have the entire code based on just bananas. And it'll work. Now, the machine don't care. It's just about making things human readable, and that is why, and that is why you should have, agreed upon style guides, so everyone writes the code using the same logic, so no matter who reads it, they can figure out what's happening. Because if you suddenly come across a code like a friend of mine did, he was, for the hell of it, he just made his own series of alias where every single function and variable was a swear word or a combination of swear words. So it was just, talk shit, piss, poop, nuggets. The entire code was just that. But it was rather complex code and it worked perfectly. But he did it for fun. No one else could read it. I don't think he could read it pretty much. A few weeks after writing it. But you can. Now, I think this should work. Our target is at 500 Kelvin, which should be around... So it's 274 for 0. It'll be 26. So that'll be 226 degrees Celsius, I think. And what annoys me is when I go for look for style guides, and there's very little consensus among the different style guides. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Because every operation pretty much has their own style guide. That is why also I like the ones that have just use logical naming systems, if you will. But also I like things that use logical naming systems where you use human readable language to explain what it is. Because I've always found also then the lead code systems to be very annoying when you write someone's code and every variable is just X, Y, E, T, and so on. I'm like, this means nothing. And now I need to go back and forth in your code. Okay, here's T. What exactly did we use T before? It goes here and there and so on. Okay. So I'm like, okay, cool, we can get it. But this is real code. Human beings will be working with this one. Nobody wins points by using the smallest name for a variable. You win, if anything, you win points for having the clearest name where I don't have to check. For example, new valve state, old valve state. See, the code itself should explain what it does, in my opinion. This is, again, my opinion. how I like to write things is the code, and also, sorry about that. Yeah, because if the code explains what it does, it's much easier to, decode what's happening, and then you realize, okay, so we're using, this variable or registry like in the wrong place, and that's why the logic is all broken. Because if it just says X, I'm like, okay, cool, where? Because the people who use lead code style, who write variables using just X, Y, Z, and so on, they reuse X, Y, and Z in every single function. So if you're deep inside like a function, like function to function kind of thing, and you're like, okay, X goes this, okay, but which X are we looking at now? What am I looking at here, Oh, X plus 1, cool. Which one? Like how deep in the rabbit hole are we? God dang it. But it's all like named, like what am I looking at? Oh, this is just the index for, because we're going through an array or something. Like, oh, okay, I'm with you. The biggest take from decades of programming is that maintainability is the #1 priority, and all code should be self-documenting. Yes, because I'm really bad at documenting. So if I'm assuming self-documenting means, yeah, self-explanatory, and then hopefully having comments. That is something I need to work on. And I think people use short names in this game to save on bytes. Yeah, okay, Viventi, yes, that is very true. In this game, understand, but then again, that's a lot of bytes. I mean, if you want to have this massive, humongous code, I mean, yeah, I just haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, I see that. And if it's a longer code, having larger names can fill the chip up. That would be the only reason why I would think people would go that route. Yeah, there's that. But there's also the fact then that it's a style of writing code. Like I said, the people who do like a lot of the like lead code and so on. And one of the auto-fairness scripts I've used was pretty close to 4K. Ooh. Yeah. But that's the thing. If you want everything to fit on one chip, then yes. If you're like in that way min-maxing your space, absolutely. But I'm also like talking about coding in general. If your code needs documentation, your code is bad. Still write documentation. Yeah, I like that, Sankira. But at the same time, that depends on what you're writing code for, really. Some things they do need to explain. Okay, so this code functions with an external thing, like, I don't know, writing documentation for like a pressure sensor real life. So you also have to have the documentation explain, okay, we're doing this because this bit here controls the on-off switch for on the actual like machine, the sensor, and so on. And it's not just bytes. I know one streamer who is mad enough to have run out of lines into IC10. Ooh, yeah. Oh, I'm not surprised about being able to run out of lines or bytes. That's not the issue here, in my opinion, because it's more of the compartmentalization. Because I get it, I do the same thing very easily. I'll try to do an everything machine, but seeing as like we noticed with the Christmas lights, my rig and me streaming at the same time, if I have too many like batch reading back and forth, I do too many things in one script, the game starts lagging. So now I'm gonna try to have everything as far as possible, at least, going through these the actual freaking device registries. Now, for things like, say, the solar array, there we're using batch writing. And here's an interesting question, actually. Because if we use batch saving in a script like this to, for example, make sure all of our solar panels are facing the right direction, does that take as much like processing power as doing the same thing through a batch writer like logic chip? Like, do they use the same piece? Is that the same piece of code, but just in like different boxes? So I wonder, like, would it be better like if we had a batch writer, like an actual chip, and the IC chip would be writing its output into that one, and that one would then deliver it forward to, say, all these solar panels? Would that end up being less CPU intensive than, like, for example, my Christmas light script, which was using the batch saving to like just go through all the lights in all the way around the base? And lighting, I know, also is usually a bit more resource intensive than people might realize. I'm not really good at IC10, but I have been trying to learn while using AI to assist. It's very inaccurate for Stationeers anyhow. Yeah. Well, with IC10, I very much like it, and I realize there's a lot of things I still haven't touched on at all. I like the fact that, for example, there's all these like pre-made things for, wasn't it this one? Where we had, no, this one has variables. Well, these are like slot variables kind of thing, like air control. This is where we can find things like, what were that thing called inside? Like, oh, there's a color. There's a color, it's color constant. What the friggity frack? I didn't know that. Aircon, hot, cold. Air control. So it's aircon, air conditioner. Air control is the chip. Oh, that's weird. And it has states of 0, 1, 2, and 4. I'm guessing it had a 3 at some point they took out. The colors having a pre-made numbers like this is mildly annoying. Wait, no. No, it isn't. We used these. I'm silly. Why could I have written colored up brown? Would it have changed anything? Not really, actually, because this is just essentially an inbuilt alias for the, whatever number it was, like 4 or whatever. And what I had was define those numbers, and we had to save those inside registries, and we looped through those. So actually, this changed nothing. And it's IC10 what this instruction language is called. Yes, it is, Oshag, yeah. That is, the IC10, and it's based, like we've been talking about, it's based on a real language called MIPS, M-I-P-S. Which is the language which they use to, for example, code the Nintendo 64. So, if you open up the Nintendo 64, how does this machine work? In the inside, it's doing this kind of stuff. So it's really like low-level language for like how the actual chips works, how an actual machine works, Similar to using MIPS coding as a foundation, yeah. That is exactly how I have understood it, Vivenji. Okay, well, I think we're doing okay here. And we'll do... Yeah, it's cooling number 1. So I'm going to save these things. And we do click it in the exporty, put you there, and alright, now if I turn you off and you on quickly, cut. Ooh, that was close. See, that was in less than a second. Up. So now if I turn you on, that activated. It should work. I could leave this thing on, but the problem is, like, what if it doesn't work and the whole thing fucking explodes? Because it will, if this thing freezes. Or if any of this starts turning liquid. And Hannah, when you get a moment, would you be willing to help troubleshoot an issue I've been having in my hydroponics lab? Sure. What kind of trouble are you having there, Vivenji? Sometimes, yeah, spelling it out can be a very, very, very helpful. Good old rubber ducking. It's a famous technique for a very good reason. What? Hey, they're gonna attack. Ooh, 3 streak again. Thank you, my friend. Amazing. Very kind of you. And if the whole thing explodes, then you get the satisfaction of rebuilding it better. That's very true. But the annoying part is more like, because it takes a while for this thing to cool down. You know what? We'll do that at least. So it doesn't need to cool down. I think the top is linked to the tank up there. So we don't have to cool that shit down. And oh no, we can't cool it down because of it's a one-way valve. See, I'm learning. There's no valves, only valves. And the fuel mixing we had outside, we can do here as well. So I'm thinking, I'm going to save this one, because I was thinking we could use the oxygen we filter out from our gases for, making fuel, but then I realized because the mixing script outside worked perfectly, that means we can, in fact, keep on snagging free oxygen from the atmosphere using the same script on this bad boy and mixing fuel here. Now, do I want... You know what? I realized I have these two next to each other, and that is a very bad idea, because if these two mix and they get a temperature above, say, 50 degrees Celsius, they turn into superfuel. No, then if they mix, they turn into superfuel. And if they get into above 50 degrees Celsius, they auto-ignite, which is what happened with my auto scrubber. I'm pouring oxygen, O2, and nitrogen, set to a specific percentage. All of that is working as intended, okay? The issue I'm having is that the passive event connected to a back pressure regulator to control the pressure of the room. The issue I'm having is the pressure in the room is not lowering even though the regulator is set up properly. Alright. The input exceeds a given, closes when the input exceeds, back pressure really opens when input reaches a given value. So the back pressure regulator, I'm assuming you've set that one up correctly. The room is not losing pressure. And you have a passive vent on both sides. Are you pushing in new atmosphere into the room? Because it could be that if you only have passive vents on both sides of your pressure regulator, that the pressure is actually going down, but it's going down slower than it's increasing when you're pushing in new atmosphere. Because if it's just, because all these valves and regulators do limit the amount of gas that can go through them and so on. So in that sense, maybe you need, do you need a lower pressure on the output side to help suck out the extra pressure? Also, that is very true, yeah. If the pressure on your output side is too high, that'll also make it difficult for your back pressure regulator to get that gas in there if there's no pump involved. And my thought is... Alright, let's take that number and talk about this. My thought is the inline pressure is higher now than the room, so it's not pushing the pressure into the main system for recycling. I have a volume pump after the regulator to pull it out, but even that doesn't work. So you're saying that then between the volume pump and the pressure regulator, you have a lower pressure. And all Shark saying, can't really agree about that unless it's a joke. Yeah.
Hannu, quick, we have to hide this dash the at is outside the compound.
Oh no! Hey there, Reap. How's the forest? I was lurking this morning a little bit. You seem to be having a good time multiplaying there. The only thing I can imagine is the back pressure regulator. And you're sure you haven't accidentally built a pressure regulator, not an... Because those are a thing. And you've checked the settings.
Was good, beat it on the next one already. Way better.
You beat it on the next one. Oh, you're in Forest 2? Oh, nice. I loved both of those games. Super fun. Played them a long time ago. And the pipe between the pressure regulator and the volume pump is lower than the room, but it still doesn't lower. Okay, it could also be a good old classic just bug. Have you tried disassembling your pressure regulator and rebuilding it? Because it can happen. It's unlikely, but it can happen. Because at least once I think I've had a similar thing where the thing was just... some valve or regulator wasn't doing what it needed to, so I put in a new one. So I just disassembled it, rebuilt it, and suddenly it just worked. I'm pretty tired, so stopping by before bed. Love you, homie. Love you too, Reaper. Sleep well. I hope you get some good sleep, and I hope those deformed monstrosities from the forest don't haunt your dreams too much. 100% sure the back pressure valve and it's facing the correct way. I have five hydro room for different plants and they all do the same thing. So weird. Okay. Is any code controlling this? And they all have power, right? Because the back pressure valves require electricity to function. They're all on, and so on. Because they're not mechanical valves. They're electric. So they need power. They need to be switched on. No code for the pressure. Power is stable. And the good old classic. You're sure that they're on. Because the more I'm walking through the step, it should work. And the settings are correct. And you try to disassemble, reassemble. 298 days without dying. Nice, almost at 300. Not too long left and we have survived the entire year on Europa. Temperature is getting there. Now the weird thing is, if the pipe in front of the pressure regulator is at a lower pressure, the back pressure regulator, sorry. The back pressure regulators output is correct. Let's see here. What else could it be? Oh, quick question again. Is the back pressure regulator like this? Is it lowering the pressure like not at all, or just or too slow? Because have you tried putting the pump on the other side, so the pump is sucking in? So essentially changing the passive valve to an active vent, for example, or something. No, maybe that might be a little difficult to. I mean, that would be then controlled by code. But yeah, have you tried that one? Just putting the pump on the other side of the back pressure valve. I'm at the point where I may start using active vents instead of back pressure since it's not functioning properly. I'll just have to figure out the code for it. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. No worries. Oh, why are you saying sorry? It's my ad. Alright, we're almost there. 227. Went below. Beautiful. Heckin' beautiful. You gotta love it when shit actually works sometimes. For better or worse, this game would be tempting me to write something to generate the IC10 code. It's like, should I learn low-level languages? No, I'll use high-level languages to build a bot to write it for me. I think it's fun. I like the low-level languages because it's much closer to like building the blocks, you know? Like if this then that, kind of like good old Lego. High-level languages can sometimes be a little tricky for me because of the level of abstraction that they have. Like, I get it. They work, you know. And boom. Well, hello there, Wolfsemc, over on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. And there's always a mod that does that. A guy made a higher level language that compiles down to IC10 in game. Oh, that's true, Neff. Yeah, I saw that on the Steam sort of marketplace. Was when I was like, hey, here's a mod, and it was. I think they called it like sigils, something. Yeah, people have made a higher level language for this game. Slang. Oh, that could be. Which game? Oh, this one, Stationeers, is what we're playing here. Wolves on the YouTube side. Okay, we can open that valve, and then slowly but surely they'll drain through here. See, now this cooling system will be looping through its stuff. Because these can remain hot, that's a-okay. And the pressure should not be too high anywhere. These keep on pumping in gas at 200 degrees plus Celsius into these. These will use the outside oxygen to slowly cool off until they hit, I think it was 26 Celsius-ish was my target temp. So these are for generating atmo eventually. Now, we need to do something here. Yeah, no, you're all good. Pressure here is at 2.8 megapascals, 2.8, 1.3, 5.9, and 700 kilopascals. Temperature remains at 208, so it remains nice and gassy. And if it ever turns liquid, we have this thing to catch it. Which means it'll be as a liquid in here just fine, and if it ever turns into a gas, it'll be purged, and this will be at some point. We'll add some code for that once we get there. Now, if we use the existing... Sorry. So, this wouldn't be an issue if I was venting outside, but since I'm trying to recycle the gases, I think the low pressure in the room is causing issues. Now, the volume pump would fix it, but no dice. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, Vivenji. I was thinking that... Like, one thing you could try on one of those is just switching over, like I said, the back pressure and the volume pump. So what if the pump is actually sucking from the room and creates a higher pressure in front of, between it and the back pressure valve, and that would then... but no, then you'd have to have a... Yeah, that would work. Huh. Yeah. Damn. What pressure are you trying to keep it at? I don't want to derail your stream, but I was just making sure I wasn't overlooking something silly. Hey, no worries. I mean, I like the game. I like solving these puzzles. It's a-okay. Like one sort of like easy-ish solution, I guess, would be if you want to maintain the pressure at say 100 kilopascals, is like on my little greenhouse, because there is the Atmo control like chip in game with 2 active vents that'll like suck in air and blow it out to maintain the pressure. You could just do that, I guess. And then, like I have those linked to a separate tank outside, and that which I think should be then linked eventually to filtration. I'll figure it out. For now, yeah, I'm using inbuilt components to maintain a pressure of 100 kilopascals, and 85 kilopascals is the target in the room. Currently over 100 kilopascals, but not draining. Ah. Yeah, well that does sound tricky. Then maybe some coding would help. The back pressure regulator is weird because it should work. And especially if the tank in front is, you know, has a lower pressure. Oh yeah, and quick question. And is that it's just simply its current pressure with what he has, or do you have any sort of input putting in gas? Because again, yeah, I forgot to think I asked this one, but are you sure that your input isn't just exceeding your output in like capability? Like, what if you put 2 back pressure valves there? Oh, well, before I go too crazy with this idea, let's have a checky. Can I even do this? We have 2 of these pipes, which is not enough. When we need them to be insulated, we have 5. Now, a 5 long can go through. So if we add a 5 long here, now it'll reach through to the other side. And I think we could put it here. Yeah. Wump. Then we... do that. Don't need you anymore. Where's my Handorillo? We have a gas mixer, pipe valve, the digital valve,
Hydration critical.
whole bunch of normal pipes. Frankly, you're not necessary. Yeah, needs more insulated pipes so we can link these together. Then we'll have a gas analyzer. Again, we can get the info from here, and then one reading these. Yeah. But yeah, but it might be a good idea to have like a, active vents, removing atmosphere, active vents, putting in atmosphere, or, maybe passive xenon, but they have more automated, like, using a gas sensor to detect the pressure and whether or not they should put in more. And then have your sort of output system be measured with a back pressure valve with the troubles you're having. Evidently. So you can use the back pressure regulator for real high pressures. It works fine. But lower pressures, it just doesn't work well. Ooh. If I keep it, that could just be, maybe it's not a bug, but a feature and something, you have just, discovered. What do we need? More electrons. Sure. Go nuts. 200 grams constant and even more. Just make crazy amounts of super heavy cables. Which is okay, because we need crazy amounts of super heavy cables. Now, inside here, hopefully it's not too cold. So I try to cool it also a bit more aggressively by putting in the second radiator. And see, I put in shutters. That's why it's so cold in here. I have to remember. Yeah, because I accidentally removed the entire window. See, now there's windows on the outside, not on the inside. But the inside, I guess we technically also have windows, but they're shutters. And they all link to each other. And then they have this final piece, which has the controls getting power and stuff, so we could link it to a... We have a gas detector here, so we could have a piece of code that's checking our temperature. If temperature gets too high, then activate. Wrong button. See, ruined yet another dramatic moment there. Activate. Look at that, cool. I like the fact that the shutters connect to each other, and there's a control piece, and there's also just a connection piece, so you can have multiple shutters and a large wall, and then there's one button from where you control them all. Proper greenhouse. Nice. You know what? The bread can wait. I'm thinking I'm gonna make bread so I can be so freaking hydrated. Nah. Well, holy god dang button. I'm gonna give it the one and only, the goddamn Goth TT. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, how you doing? How were the trials? Hope you're doing well, Goth. Nice seeing you around. And welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know who I am Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and occasionally an extremely amateur game developer. Now, I should be doing game jam today, but I decided to chicken out and just jump straight to gaming today. And we're having a good time. Playing a game called Stationeers, where we build space stations and things and do our best to survive. And I take solace in the fact that even though this is, like I said, yes, not the game deving I'm supposed to do, but it's the fact just the gaming, at least this is a game which can include a lot of coding if you so desire, and I do like it. And if you're talking about flow, and that's what you would expect, and when there's large pressure behind it, the regulator should be able to release large amount of gas freely, but if there's only a slight pressure behind it, you will only get a trickle. Like a lot of gas devices, flow rate is heavily dependent on pressure differential. Oh, that is true enough, but they eventually did mention that they had a pump in front of it, flow pump. So there was the pipe between the backflow pressure regulator and the volume pump was at a lower pressure than the room itself. But maybe you should be more aggressive. Was it at a full vacuum? But yeah, I guess it would make sense that you would want mechanized ventilation to both put the atmo in and out from the room to maintain your desired pressure, and then have the valves deal with, the actual tanks and pipes and whatnot. The pump is also somewhat dependent on differentials as far as I know, even though it seems it wouldn't be. Ooh, Makes sense. I mean, actually, that is very true, because I noticed that, for example, with the turbo pump. You know, heavy pressure, gas pressures, it moves them at ridiculous amounts. But when you have like only when the pressures get low, it takes surprisingly long time for that last venting of the last molds in a pipe to get proper vacuum in there. So there is a sort of like exponential sort of like, well, not proper exponential, but that kind of like curve there. So there's not a linear curve. Machine be machining. Since we are here, we'll also vent our mouth farts. Then we get naked again, as one should, when eating, when enjoying oneself, and also when having an awkward shower in the greenhouse. There we go. So that thing's working. Wow. Okay, so I've been standing here watching my tablet, and it seems it is working, but it's just extremely slow. My concern is the pressure will rise faster than the back pressure will lower it. So I made a switch back to an active vent instead of a passive vent, and use IC to control it more reliably. Yeah, Vivenger, I think that would be the smarter way to do it. Because like just like Neff there pointing out, yeah, there is this sort of the flow effect of, you know, pressure differentials. So the back pressure valve is opening up, but, you know, like most valves, well, it lets the gases between the two networks change. And even though the other one is at a low pressure, it's very small, and the room you're trying to vent is very large. So the flow between the two places is a trickle, effectively. So having a mechanized input, you know, to an output to maintain a pressure does seem to be the most like efficient way to maintain the desired pressure, and then have the back pressure valve handle things like in case of overpressure, open up, because then you're going to have a large pressure differential and allows for the excess gas to escape. And the thing is, the higher the pressure gets, the faster it should empty. So within reasonable limits, it should be fine. Yeah, but... Sorry. But it seems like it doesn't really want to behave. Damn it. Okay then. Alright. I'm gonna put one in here. There you go. Have another food. I have had another drink. Check our battery. Womp. And off we go again. We are suited up. Use it up. Yep. Good, good. Right. What the hell was it doing? That's a big question always, isn't it? Who am I and what is this? Ah. One of the things was... put that ice there. Close that door. Dismantle these bad boys. Just because. You know. Oh. First we do in the black. I think that was the sheets. Oh man, I need them on plastic sheets too. So many things. And we look inside this one, where these go. And the hand drill for the final component. Frankly, the powered vents should be there. There. Is there Atmo stuff? Not the gas mixer, not the digital valve. Volume pump. I'm gonna turn that one into, change that one into a volume pump. Perfect. And we close these. There we go. But an inline tank between the passive valve and the back pressure regulator. And I'm trying to keep the conditions perfect for a faster growth rate. Reach the point in my playthrough where I'm just min-maxing and using automation on most things. Sufficient pipe volumes. Oh, right. Yeah, that would make sense because it's actually not exchanging the pressure between the room and the other side of the regulator, but the pipes on both sides. So if you have a volume inline tank, it'll suck in more gases. And all right, yeah. I think I'm seeing the underlying math here. That is a good advice, thank you. There we go. We do one, and we have a quill. Look, see here. You have it. Yeah, we'd have Atmo. Now, capacity is rather large because there's a tank in between, so we should be able to just empty this thing. Yeah.
Hello there.
Ooh, well, hello there, Golf TT. But how were the trials? Did you have a good time? No, okay. Pascals are growing. Everything here is A-okay. Intense. I can imagine. Does look like a rather intense game, to be honest. That's interesting. Why are they... The mixture's getting messed up. I mean, the ratio here is... Oh, wait, no, it isn't. So let's look at the mole numbers and not the percentages, because I'm a dumbass. Oh, yeah, so here we see this one is not the perfect, because this one is 34 to 66 and not the 33.3 to 66.7 that we get with our magical gas mixing script. That's okay. We can leave this one here to like empty this thing, so this, and then we have in here the essentially our fuel for the furnace for when we burn stuff next time. Well, hello there, Anthak. Playing escalation therapy. Ooh. Everything well, Anthak? Yeah, I keep on watching you and Boom play that game every now and then, and it's just, yeah, it very much looks intense. That is very true. 10 megapascals of pressure there, 10.3. Now we can close those. Now these two are doing okay. We have, what is this? Steel. And you keep on making wires. This is good. Womp. I was trying to remember why was I trying to empty that thing. It was so I could bring it here so we can have a gas mixer, which means we need insulated pipes. look at that. That one, this one. Oh. Yeah, we're gonna need more shoots. That might be enough shoots, actually, to link to my current ogre. $10 should be more than enough. You can use a passive vent on the outside. No, all they do that. I do believe we had one, so if we look inside this pocket... Yeah. We have one. Wonderful. Haven't really dealt with the Atmo inside here quite yet. I feel like we're getting there. This system still works. Oh, right, yeah. But I'm not sure if we're going to do something with this base. So, we're going to do a little shenanigans. We can hang out there for a tiny wee bit while we use a wrench. Do that. Do that. And we connect them from the inside. It'll be fine. Yep. Yep. Failed us. There we go. And we... do that. That'll be fine. You're still making coils? About 13 megapascals. .33 moles. Okay, apparently that'll take a while for it to fully empty. That's fine. Now we go here, we change over to our wrench. Move that forward by 1. Okay, there we go. Now, then we needed a analyzer here. Which lives here. And there. Now they're all linked anyway. Don't have to be perfect, just good enough. There we go. And if we close that one, open this one. I'll put you there.
Hello there, Hanu.
Well, hell... wait. How would you do this? Well, hello there, Knapzor. How you doing, my friend? Knap. Knap. Yeah. Some people might be noticing this is in fact not game devin. This ain't no try jamming. So to fuel oxygen. Volatiles. Fuel, gas mixer. There's 1, 2, 3. That should be all we need, right? There's 0. Gas mixer. Stationeers was evil against me yesterday. Oh. What did it do? Gas mixer. Pipe analyzer. Find the volatile. Volatile tank small. Pipe analyzer. Gas mixer. That annoyed me. Excellent. Edit, we pause, I do believe we saved this one, gas cooling number 1, yeah. So we can then look at gas mixing. We load this one in. And here we have volatiles tank was number 2, analyzer was 1, mixer was 0. See here, mixer is 0. Number 1 is analyzer. Number 2 is tank. Pause. Well, I made lots of progress and found some issues, but mostly it stormed again. 7 stream streak, nice. Thank you again, Knapzor, for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. Now, the storms will always happen. There's a weather station I haven't built. We'll do that today, I guess. We'll see how the weather station works. Okay, this one is not capitalized, annoying the shit out of me. So we're gonna fix that one quickly and then see where we broke the code. There we did, and we do that. Wow, I'm fixed. And frankly, you see, we're not doing anything with those. This one is explanation of the math that's happening here. Volar ratio, oxy ratio, volar ratio, oxy ratio. This one's holding R15. I would like to rename it, but we're not going to do it right now. So that's an alias. We're using oxy ratio, volar ratio, and the temp ones. I'm not giving a shit about the pressure, obviously. Alright. Then we do a confirm. We click on the exporty. And we'll slap you from here in there. And go. Oh, look at that magic. It spun. So now we can turn this thing off. Now the prob problem is that I can't measure pressure here. We would need a separate analyzer on this side. Means this entire thing needs to move. But it can't. Damn. I was hoping we could like just, leave it. So, I realized that I never got any power from the rotating solar panels because the area power thing was in the wrong direction. Ah, that sucks. So I tried to fix that, but it did not work, though I thought so. But then the storm started, everything was stuck except for my new rover. Oh no! It was not flying away, but took damage. It was thinking I would move it to cover. Instead of driving it, it started flying away, landed on a slope, and as the time rover disappeared. 2 crates with all the stuff to make. Oh no! New base went poof just like a little later. But I did not die, and I made bread. Nice. Bread is nice. Yeah, my emergency food currently is the good old canned French fries, which is only a tier 3 food. A proper French fry is tier 4, and so is the bread, so you can get your hydration way higher. I want to make more bread, but that'll be like, eventually. Yeah, no matter how I look at it, I can't fix this. Oh, right, of course. Luckily, we had the gases coming from the correct directions. Because this is how I built it. So input 1 is oxygen, input 2 is the volatiles. And French fries, top tier food? They are, but not when they're in a can. Canned French fries are tier 3, which is still nice. But it's just not perfect. Now this one is no longer needed. Either the entire thing moves this way. Oh, it's you guys. Because I have no way of measuring the pressure inside there otherwise. Also made a 2-to-1 ratio of fuel from welder. It still made fireworks. Well, was it? How pure was it? And of course, when you mix them together, if there are different temperatures, there are different states of expansion, so your 2-to-1 ratio might get a little busted. That's why we have this controller chip comparing the temperatures of the 2 gases and going through a function, going through some mathematics to find the best ratio, depending on their on the pressure, the temperatures. I can't really go that way because of this bend. I mean, I can if I just... Well. Sometimes the solutions are a little too simple, eh? I'm gonna turn you off. We're gonna... yoink that. I'll put you there. That one should be far away enough, hopefully. And come back here again. Yeah, that'll work. Then, I'll rip you out as well. Throw you down. There. And then we had a whole bunch of those pipe analyzers inside here, and this one, yes. There. So now we have an analyzer also measuring the output. I blended ice with crusher, so it should have made them same-ish temp. Ah, yes, but the oxide also has nitrogen inside, so it's not a pure mixture now, is it? Bam! Did you add sugar to the syrup, vodka, and a wedge of lime? To the volatile mix? Sounds like a delicious time. Yeah, because the volatiles mixture has only volatiles. I'm using outside air because this place has an atmosphere of pure oxygen. Otherwise, I would use filtered oxygen to make sure I have only oxygen and volatiles. You need a 50-50 of NOS and this one, but it will auto-ignite at 50 degrees Celsius. And this one also remains a liquid at that. It's very difficult to store, and it will just start burning and just destroying everything. So, you know, wild times if you decide to use, or even, like I did, accidentally sometimes, create some lovely super fuel. Burnt the house down almost. I'm really glad I built everything out of frames. Meant that we did in fact not burn the house down. Yeah, you're fine. The cabling here is getting a little, more than a little chaotic. But I guess it's fine. Now part of me is thinking I kind of want to put an APC in between here to just... Oh, well, guess we're doing it. It's happening. There we go. Ooh. Now, of course, we can't get there through here, so we'd have to go above. Then we'd have to get past that guy. Because we're reading the temperature from the tank there. Wait a minute. Can I be a little weird about this, I guess? Like if I pushed you in there, and you in there, sometimes the game will allow you to do this. Now you... Okay, now there's a frame here and a frame there. Because if we... So the T-ray scanner says... Yeah, T-ray scanner says no. So if I want to avoid, you'll have to go through... Again? Man, I gotta make some more bread. We're doing an ugly cable here. I don't like doing ugly cables, but sometimes that's the only option you have. There you go. Now you're all working again. Then I can do... Oh, thank God. Next, we can do one higher because that grid was taken by the tank. So that tank is coming down here. Now we can remove... There we go. Everything's working. Oh yeah, so tank cable comes down through here. We link to that one. We link to... Sure. And this guy. This guy then links to this one and this one. So now, if we have a cable come to the side here. Now let's deal with the silly hydration first, I guess. Hello, Invisible G. Hope you're doing well. And but nitrogen do not go poof. No, yes, Knap, sorry. It doesn't go poof, but the mixture is just slightly wrong. You know, it's like it's dirty fuel, essentially. Hope you're doing well, Invisible G. Now, let's see, we do hum and put you away for now. Hey, you might as well go ahead there as well. We enjoy our space canned French fries as is only proper in the nude. Drink from our drinking fountain. And we have that another awkward shower. We put the suit back on. We vent out our delicious mouth fart for the plants. And we run off. Oh. Almost forgot to put the helmet on again. Ooh, almost. Ooh. Are we doing well? I'm glad you're doing well. And aside from the canned French fries, well, at least the canned French fries are an okay. Like it's a good food. It's tier 3. It's not tier 4, which is like the best, but it's, you know, acceptable. Now you ran out of Electrum, and so did we. Okay, and you have in fact spit out an entire box, which is beautiful news, because see, here we have 3 stacks. Nothing but super heavy cable. We can finally pull those cables through the elevator shaft, so we can put out maybe lamps, but absolutely now we can do the speaker systems, and we need to expand on the solar array system that we have, because I just kind of want to make that thing work. It, you know, feels like a fun idea. I'm turning you guys off for now. And all this needs to be like disassembled and reassembled, and we need to have a lot more of these loading systems and make more cardboard boxes. Because man, I have just fallen in love with the good old cardboard boxes and backpacks. I'm using these space packs because they were like cheap and easy enough to make, and we spray painted them. But we need better ones. I keep on forgetting that I need to use the freaking yellow paint on that one. Is there anything else we needed? From here? No. And we have a medium nitrogen filter, which we'll most likely not need in the near future, because we successfully remembered to, hey, yo, we can build filtration units and remove the nitrogen from our oxygen supply. You annoy me. There's one way to fix this. You grab his red pipe, disassemble this one, and turn it back into magical red pipe. Because you can, there is a glitch, and apparently they are working on it. Because when you pick up items, they get, and you have a stack in your hand, or you combine stacks, the stack you're sort of combining into retains its color information. So, for example, I painted these white. And if I put in combine, then they get the orange, which is the normal one. Well, now the stack of white ones has increased. So you kind of, as long as you have these colored ones left over, you don't need to waste too much paint on repainting everything. Just have one left, and you just keep on, I don't know, sticking stuff in it. And we might want... Nah, it'll be fine. Oh, shit nuggets. We need that one. We need a battery, of course. If we're going to have an APC, well, it needs to have a battery. I mean, technically, it doesn't need one, but I want it to have one because, you know, it feels incomplete otherwise. There we go, perfect. Not the fat one, but this one. Congratulations, you are now a sacrificial battery for the APC of our fuel production. After like a week, I finally made my filtration setup. Gas storage, not liquid. So some gases are hotter, the rest are 20C. Hey, invisible, yeah, essentially the same as mine. See, these I cool down to 20. I start the cooling at 220. Oh. That's weird. And that's always bad. Okay, no, that's fine. So it somehow felt like these weren't doing anything. But okay, yeah, all the cooling valves are open, so they're very hot. So the 200 degrees Celsius goes in here. We cool these ones down to room temperature, but these two remain hot. Especially for this one, because we wanted to remain at gas. And it has an emergency, like, regassing system, which we never needed to use, but it's, well, better safe than sorry. And the pollutants, they're just there. Because I think they also have a lower... They turn liquid at a lower point than these guys. So we also letting them remain hot. And also because I got no idea what the heck to do with these. Other than as a heat transferring fuel for when I eventually get to that point. And these are at room temperature because this is the mixture we'll be using for both our living areas and for the plants. On the plants we'll be mostly getting a combination of these two and a filtration system that is linked to the gas. Wait, does a filtration system has an internal sensor? I think it does. But either way, where it will be detecting the oxygen ratio, and if the oxygen ratio is above X, then filter out more oxygen. So that way we have an oxygen production ongoing in our greenhouse, it remains breathable, and then we'll have a mixture of nitrogen and CO2 going into the greenhouse to keep the plants happy. And what's funny, I run the cooling on a cycle, and while it drains, it technically gets to carbon dioxide ice formation temperature. But it doesn't happen. I blame the low amount of moles. So now low pressure. Yeah. Low pressure is magic. But yeah, nothing should turn to liquid and then make a liquid protection. Yeah. And the good thing is it's just that your basic gas pipe valve has the condensation valve, which allows liquids to drain out. And yeah, I just have because sometimes just allowing the liquids to go into a liquid pipe and let them hang out will be enough to let them evaporate back into a gas, which is happening with me around the Stirling engine, for example. And yeah, this is then eventually going to be coded so it detects if there is liquid in here, warm it up just in case to make sure we get it back into a gas. And then we have the purge valve, which will allow gases to be removed from a liquid pipe. I had a similar setup on the moon. And frankly, I didn't need to even heat it up almost ever, because as soon as the liquid went in here and they were allowed to be in a sort of low pressure pipe, they turned into a gas by themselves quite a lot, and then I just purged the gases back in the pipe systems. So that was neat. What the hell was I doing? Oh, this system. Right. Which means we need to do a little bit of first we do some renaming. Ah, wait, no. See? Confused again. First the APC to make sure these are separated from the rest of my nonsense. Now, you are just heavy cable. You are small cable. And wait, these are all cable. That can't be right. Ooh, a storm happened, came again. And here we... No, yeah, it's not active. So I'm looking around, like, I'm pretty sure I had an APC. And here by accident? No. And we check our backpack, our jet tobacco. No, I guess I must have used it. And back we go. Happy dance music, yo. Ooh, we can make single one. Neat. I was not fast enough. And it means wrench. Remove. It ate it anyway. I can hang on to these and those. You know what? This cardboard box can hang out there. Wham! Bum. What up? Bow. Ah. I was thinking like how to put it here. No, just put it. I'll stick it right there. Jeez, what is this one called? It's called Toaster. I would like it to be facing this way. Look at the arrows. Right has an in point, left has an out point. Battery slot we see there is on the lower half. So I'm going to stick it right there. Now the battery slot position doesn't actually matter at all technically. I just like it this way. There we go. Fudge buckets, look at that. I fucked up immediately. I built it the wrong way around. See, battery got drained because... Alright, so it'll be feeding into the... This thing should have its own APC in here. We'll get to it. For now, this'll work. Bum. Silly mistake. There. And now it's from left to the right, which is what we wanted. And they shouldn't fry any of the cables. Because that cable is coming through this APC. And even though the APCs have, like I said, they have a technically infinite output, they have a limited input. So they shouldn't fry each other. As long as this thing doesn't suck into like crave too much power at once. God damn, maybe I should I mean, not even maybe, I just straight up should. Alright, let's have a look see at doing this proper. In general, I feel like what I should have is... Oh, running low on the whole, even like the heckin' heavy cable. Damn. Yeah, so we should have like this heavy cable, which is the input for... Isn't not the input for this room, actually. So it should be this one. Should be sort of going all the way around the room, so that we can always like grab from it through an APC power to whatever systems we have that we want to keep separated from the others. We can have it go around like through this here. Except it can't on account of these pipes doing their shenanigans. So it could go along here, which it can't on account of these cables. Fine. Guess we're not doing it. It'll be okay. So this thing is powering these bad boys now. They work. I guess we'll just have to live with the fact that it's an ugly system, but it kind of works. Don't worry about it. We can try to make it pretty later if we ever remember. In the meantime, so we'll have fuel output. Foul. Fuel. Oh, there you go. Hey there, Steger. Cool tunes. What is the music? And Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well, Steger. The funky tunes were from Mars First Logistics. This one, I'm pretty sure, is from Cyberpunk 2077. And then I also have Dwarf Fortress and Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, the soundtracks. So, and then we have Pillars of Eternity 1. That is my current sort of music playlist here. And this is the fuel gas mixer. Volatiles is named. Then we have the fuel oxygen pipe analyzer. So we have fuel oxygen, fuel gas mixer, fuel output, and that's just volatiles. That should be all we need. Now 0. Yeah. Probably help if we actually wired it correctly. There we go. Whomp. So 0 will have whichever one comes first. Mixer. Output pipe analyzer. Oxygen. And this will be volatiles. Volatiles, small tank, insulated, gas mixer, fuel output, output oxygen, volatiles. And then we can grab the chippy chip. Check in. 0 is mixer. 1 is output. 2 is analyzer. 2 is analyzer. 3 is tank. And here's a nice Pillars of Exile. Alias, and we'll have output analyzer in D1. Then, because I like it this way, we're gonna reorganize these so they make a bit more sense. There we go. The mixer, output analyzer, oxygen analyzer, and volatiles tank. The rest of the code works exactly as it did before because the input 1 is still oxygen. Input pipe 2. Input pipe pure pipe 1. Hello there, fluffy buttocks. I hope your buttocks are nice and fluffy on this fine day. Right. Now with our system, we can now have a system for controlling should our mixer go on. We can a couple of fixes here. So this is the code that maintains the ratio we desire. Hey there, me Naomi. Now seeing you around. I'm doing quite well, having a nice enough morning, a nice enough day, relaxing, chillaxing, and trying to figure out code things for this one. How about you, Naomi? I hope you are doing well as well. I hope the new year has begun well. Same to, as I hope it has for everyone out there. There we go. Now, what we need to do is, okay, we do it here because I'm not sure where in the code we should do this. Maybe we just add it here. Post mixer. Fixed out the settings, so this batch of code does everything I need it to do. I'm good. Happy New Year to you too. Hey, glad to hear. Yeah, I'm doing quite well. You're starting out well, other than the fact that you're not checking out from doing the try jam today, but that's okay, because we're going to start a long-term project tomorrow. And there's still, see, and I'm not doing game dev, but I'm still doing some coding. It's just in a game rather than on a game. Well, today I learned copper mugs are safe to drink from as long as you don't drink from them every day, and apparently it enhances the flavor. Ooh. Yeah, copper is fine. Copper oxide usually corrupts too fast. Oh no, look at that, completely missed that one. Thank you, Knapzor. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope you enjoy your most delicious breakfast, my friend. Grand French time would be. I guess, Invisible G, sorry I missed that. But wow, how did I miss so much chat? Yeah, canned French fries are... They're okay. Canned French time, I guess that would be like canned air, but it just smells of baguettes, I think. Oh, funny, I run the cooling on a cycle, blah, blah, blah. No, I did read that one. And there we go. But yeah, copper has its own smell and flavor and taste to it as well. So I'm not surprised if it would affect the flavor. I know a lot of the sort of French cooking stuff is usually you have copper pots. Traditionally, you have a tin lining on the inside to protect your food from the copper oxides, which would happen when you boil stuff in them. But just drinking from a copper thing at usually easily handleable temperatures should be doable. Just don't. And a copper mug, yeah, don't drink hot things from them because copper is very, very good at conducting heat. So, a copper mug will be very bad for drinking hot things because the handle will get really freaking hot really quickly. Burn your mouth, yeah. Unless you burn your mouth, yeah, or your hand. Yeah, because like I said, the heat conductive, or your lips. You drink from them. It will absorb the heat and be very quickly at the same temperature as the liquid inside. Alright. Let's see here. We'll add an alias here. There we go. Alias for output pressure. We'll save that in registry 2 because we're using number 1, number 4, 10, 11, and so on. Yeah, because we wrote this while we were drunk. No, we weren't. Then we L into output pressure from output analyzer pressure. And it's good for cooking and all, but drinking part is for regular, less conductive mugs. Like sand, cooking, coffee, copper mugs, good for... Yeah. Now, the temperature conductivity is excellent exactly for cooking. which is when you need that thin lining, because then when things get hot, that's when you start having the undesirable chemical outcomes where you can start end up getting copper poisoning and so on. And that's where you have a lining of a safer metal, and then they're pretty good for cooking. Yeah, traditionally they were like the stuff everyone had. And then we have if our output pressure is less than.
Good morning, smiley face.
Well, hello there, Discount. How you doing? Hope you're having a nice day, my friend. Yeah, we're doing an automated portable gas tank refilling fuel mixer. We got the math figured out thanks to help of with existing ratios for how to make the math work for mixing in two gases at a desired ratio, regardless of their temperatures. So now we're adding a third bit here with output pressure, where we just then also want a define for target pressure. Now I do believe we get these as kilopascals and so on, and I want to say it's 20,000, right? We'll double check by because we don't have, but the portables connector doesn't have a logic one as far as I know. Gas tank maximum pressure is 10,000 kilopascals. Oh yeah, about just the portable gas tank. Where's the Mark II? Yeah, this one's 20,000. Okay, we don't really want to go that high, so let's say we aim for 17,000. So target pressure is 17,000. PVN NRT? Yep. I think that's one, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna make our own PID systems and so on. There's a PID chip in the game that we mucked about with, and it got our Stirling engines to work just fine. But here we have, N1 times T1 divided by N1 times T1 plus N2 plus times T2 times 100. Kind of funny that emote was referring to coding, and I tried to figure it out till I realized it was your name all along. Oh yeah, his discount 15 PBNR. Yeah, but the discount was the name part, yeah. Nice. Okay, so now we're loading in the output pressure. Then we check if our output pressure is maybe SLT. If A is less than. We can reuse output pressure. If output pressure is less than target pressure, it should be 1, right? So registers 1 if A is less than B. So if A, output pressure, is less than our target pressure, then you say 1. So okay, yeah, we can go. Otherwise, 0. And what we're doing with this output pressure is we're saving into mixer, save into mixer on output pressure. I mess with the word so much in that. And all emotes have that structure. Streamer name plus some emote name. Yep. And especially the streamer, because there's a limited amount of letters of the streamer's name they can put in. So they're I had the son of, I think, or son of H. And that's that's the maximum amount. But the son of H is also the beginning of other streamer names. So then they add a number there for how many if you're on the list. And then there's the name of the actual emote. Yeah, the H. Mm-hmm. Now this one would maintain a pressure of 17 kilopascals. So that's why it has numbers, yeah. Because then you see some people who don't have the numbers, and they either are, partners, and then they have, because then you can define, you can request for a sort of custom beginning for your emotes, or you happen to be the very first one to have that combination of letters to be the beginning of your name, or be your the entirety of your name. And that's why usually partners don't have them, because then they come up with their own prefix, and they should work. We export, we slap it in there. Now, the pipe, yeah, these should probably be on, by the way. Well, let's see what happens. Mixture is good. Temp's a little low, but that's okay because we're using outside air. See, ratio is a perfect 33.3 to 66.7. Beautiful. Prefab here, but it's kit 1. Maximum pressure is off. So okay, so it'll handle the pressure no matter what. The pipes will be fine. I should even have more than enough time for this. Yeah, because now we're sucking in just the Europa atmosphere. We have 5.4 kilomoles of volatiles. Yeah, well, it won't be enough to burst the pipe. Why is that happening? Oh, it's probably a little warm in here, that's why. Wait, no. That don't make sense. And none of your pressure, none. That's good. I'd probably block up this wall again. Look at me getting distracted as I do. We open this one, we open that one, we open this one. Nope. It was this way around. There you go, nuclear arc welder. Here we go. One. So the first 6 characters of your name, then a number if it's not unique. Well, Neff, yes, that is at least how I have understood it. Yeah. Unless you have a name that's shorter, then it won't. Heckin' A, look at that, it turned itself off. Pressure here is at 17.1. Means pressure went down. You go back on. And that thing is getting a beautiful and wonderful fuel mixture. And it'll stop at 17,000, which will be below its blue level, because I think that's at 18.3. That's enough. That is a-okay. Gotta say, feels good, man. Then my name will be made Minio, which is a cartoon name as I know. Ooh, that's cool. That explains why streamer I follow has emotes that start Capte 59684, etc. Yes, I think there's a lot of captains out there. And 700 kilopascal. Okay, that one's going down. There's not that many moles left. This one has access to 14.7 megapascals of pressure, a whole bunch of moles. I will wait for those to be drained, then I'll open that one up and yeah, we'll deal with that eventually. Oh, man. Automated fuel production. Now I add an even larger mass. Okay. So now we got fuel being made for our smelting needs. We automated the cooling circle for that system, which means we can also empty out the waste gases from here and sort of let the system do its thing. We could even then try to link that, change the one-way valve to a digital one for the actual filtration system, so that when we have achieved our target temperature, it opens up. Yeah. Okay, so they're going these things. What are we making now? We are making... Depends on the time of the day, really, doesn't it? It is daytime, which means we can have a look-see at another project that we've been waiting on for a while. So we have a chip here. Now, where did I put... Yeah. Weather station. Which means we need another APC. Which means we need a whole bunch of copper, because both of them wanted the coppers. Copperinos. Oh, and... Right. Can I just... We'll start by resetting this thing. I can hang out here actually. We'll deal with you eventually. For now, you can hang up there. Now you should just be door. Excellent. Now I have an easy enough way to vent this space. Because it gets very hot in here. I need to build a proper, space around this thing, have chutes going in, chutes going out, and a more coding-based control system. We'll get there. For now, what we needed was copper. Okay, here we have a little bit of copper. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, and this weird amount. There you go. Need to go mining again.
Hydration critical.
Hydration is always critical. No matter what you do. There we go. Now output. More than enough. Go. You're closed. You're open. The waste will be then pumped into here. We want to heat this one up, essentially. Easiest way to do that is by the use of waste gas from this one. Oh, and that's a weird one, so that'll be the last one. And then we can bug off. Wonderful. And you... Or what? No. At least one of these. I'm gonna do these stack at 5. They do wonderful. Nucleus will be fun, but we're gonna make just large ones. And it's gonna make... Well, it's a lot of them. It's okay. Because this thing's gonna stick them in a box. Well, that's alright. Well, we do go and have ourselves a little bit of a snack, a shower, and a little something to drink. And I am... standing all weird. Sorry. Oh. I'm gonna have to do the stretch.
Why don't you have a drink?
Why, thank you, Minyomi. I will. First, we're gonna have our...
Stop shrimping, Streamer Man.
Yes. I was twisting my spine in strange and unnatural ways. Now, some of you have been here when people have been asking me about my, streaming and using a standing desk. And this is sort of what I was referring to when I, do those times when I said that it's easier and quicker to notice and catch yourself, having a bad posture, because you really start twisting your spine in weird ways. Standing on one foot, leaning over, and being like S-shaped. Because in a chair, it's somehow very easy to just slouch over into a freaking shrimp goblin. Is it like Gobo? Yeah. That's why I'm very happy with the standing desk. Now, mind you, I have used a standing desk before, and also I've had many jobs where I'm on my feet all day, so it wasn't like that as big of a shift here. All right, let's do the proper stretch. We'll move the microphone a little bit out of the way. That's where we do the spins. Have your feet. Sorry about your shoulder distance facing forward, and try to maintain your hips facing forward. I do this by myself just to help me sort of keep my control where my shoulders are. Do it again. There we go. Twist that spine. Your shoulders. Open up. There we go. Last one for these. There we go. Headphones on for this one, and then good old try to touch your toes. Grab the thighs and lower back. Up. And we'll do it again. There we go. And if you're having a stiff back, you can also do it in a more slow and controlled manner to go slowly bend the spine, help the streamer. I try to be. I'm not quite as healthy as I should be, but that is another goal for this year: is finally get back into a healthy weight. Actually, you can either, like I did there, like go with a relatively straight back, straight down, but you can also do the sort of like just worming yourself down. Wait, start bending your spine from the top and slowly go down. That can also help you if you're having like, I don't know, general need more train the bendiness of your spine. Slowly go down. Hip. There you go. Put your foot down. Ready. Worm your way back up, kind of thing. There you go. If I can get out of bed more often, I should be healthy. Yeah. Here we go. And in game. Oh, the plants are unhappy. I have a suspicion. I was correct. This thing's code is busted. Keeps on like finding itself in a strange error state where everything stops, and then it stops also like updating the lamp, and then it either they get too much darkness or too much light. But yeah, this is a future project. Let's put it that way. This one has 120 liters of dirty water and a capacity of 790. That's a lot of dirty water, actually. Crazy dog. I should build the water filtration system, but for that we need charcoal, and well, we do have plant matter. We could try to turn it into charcoal eventually. Oh well. Yep, battery's all fixed. And hopefully our electric printing machine has now made some more wonderful batteries. Tasty tea. Excellent, we're done. Wonderful. Start by sticking 2 of these in here. Let's go 4 of these and 5 APCs. That'll be fine. Though we'll open up our pocket. Enlarge this one in the red pack, which is our electricals. We'll have this pack. And we'll off the daylight. We are... Oh, we're approaching dawn. Well, that's fine then. Slightly worried and afraid. Well, it's getting there, just very slowly. Ooh, 4.7 megapascals already. Nice. Yeah. What do we still have to do? We have to, like, figure out the Larry, Amy, outposts, and so on. And a properly automated greenhouse. And then eventually we'll be entering the magical land of rockets. But now... Right, weather. I'm assuming it wants to be on the roof. And even if it doesn't... Ah, we go this wire here. We can use this one for the weather station. Maybe we'll plonk the weather station like right here. Or do a combination where this one goes up, but we have it here. Yeah, that works for me. And a thwomp. There we go. Now, that's an insulated tank. Oh, right. Yeah, that's for the other project. We have 2 of these. Neat. So, it's not you. Logic ones. Weather station. So I'll put you there. I think. Well, it'll be there for now. So now what we need to do is open up this box we just made and slap down one of these. I can't have it. Cable comes up here. Let's see. And the good thing is we can have this be like externals, and that way this power line can also then fuel the eventual like proper airlock we'll build here. Eventual in the ways of, you know, trust me bro, I'll totally build one. I never let you down, have I? Yeah, I'll do that every time. Here we go. And thank you for the inline tag suggestion. This seems to have stabilized my system for the time being. May need to be adjusted later when there's a lot more plants breathing, but for now it seems to be doing the trick. Oh, nice bit of energy. Thank you for doing the testing, the experimentation. Because now even I can then, you know, make use of this wonderful... Oh, no. Wonderful information in my own future plans. Now, the idea is that I was thinking, like, if I have this one here, right? Then I can kind of see from inside here through the window whether or not that thing is blinking. Then again, if that one's out of power, they're all out of power. So... yeah. Which means, nope, we can't do it this way. Oh, that was not the plan. Random aesthetic demand. And I try to make it work this way. So that the... so just so the picture is the right way up. I don't know why. But the brain says it needs to be done this way. So we're doing it this way. Now you can go there. And then we look inside the red one. Heavies are heavy enough. Congratulations, there's a battery. If I turn you off, you'll still charge, right? Yeah, because the on-off is for the output, not the input. Now the idea was... Right, what do I need to fix you, by the way? Welding torch and plastic sheets. Oh. Oh, thank God. There for a second there, I was thinking like, oh, I don't know if I have those. The arch welder. Oh. Yes, we're done. Neat. Now, if we close this one, then we have a closer look at... I'm putting you away, and then we check our pockets. The last one had the logic. A couple of IC housing. This one was to deal with Is it on? I'm assuming it is. And... Oh, of course it isn't. He's not getting any power. Okay, that guy is charging though, so that's fine. Then I'll close that one. Neat. Now, what else? I kind of want to try one of these speakers here. And then I do believe we can have a logic transmitter. I got multiple inputs, right? But it only needs one. But I don't know if that the power one also carries logic or if it's just power. So I'll put you there. You there. And where's the... There it is. There we go. We got wire cutters. Power coming in and out, in theory. Set active. Passive. Oh, so I'm guessing active is it sends, passive is receives. You're reading something. Volume at 50. Sound. Alarm 2. Storm incoming, sure. It's typing OST, I can tell by the tone of it. Yes, this is. Oh, mind if I drop some screens on my build in the general channel in Discord? Oh, absolutely, Vivendi. That's why it's there. And I guess, yeah, Johnny Silverhand, let's see here. Yeah, this was, this is the song called just V. But yeah. So if we have Zero's weather station. Then we have klaxon speaker. Then we get... Oh. Oh, of course not. Yeah, silly me. There. Okay. Cycle to heart. What? Or you can send stuff to the laptop. Active doesn't do linking. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, warm and edit pause. Now, we already have this one, but this is fuel mixer specifically because it also has the output pressure. Okay. Now, we'll have alias weather station in D0. We'll have alias Klaxoin Klaxon in D1. Then we'll have alias transmitter in D2. Transmitter would help. There we go. The bees theme. Well, that's similar theme. Oh yeah, it mostly makes sense because there was the whole like intermingling of personality and all that. But yeah, Vivendi, I guess I should add a proper like pictures channel to the Discord. And yeah, of course, feel absolutely free to put in stuff. Share your builds, share your code if you want to, anything you're proud of. Ask questions, all that jazz. That's why it's there. Okay, so now we F1 and check what the heck can we read from a good old weather station. Modes are no storm, storm incoming, in storm. That's one of those like, you have your cow detection system, hurricane detection system. Is the cow? Does the cow have all 4 feet on the ground? If yes, you're not in a tornado. Is the cow airborne? You're in a tornado. It works. Well, okay, let's be honest. To add some specificity, if the cow has all 4 feet on the firmly on the ground, you're most likely not in a tornado. If it is airborne, you are in a tornado. Or there's something really weird going on with the cow. Could be an alien abduction. Either case, be careful. Now, let's see here. Next weather event time. In seconds when the next weather event is inbound. Oh, so we can have a straight up timer showing this shit? That feels like what Fallout Pip-Boy said. It's an old, essentially, it's, old school dad jokes. Oh yeah, let's see here. Acquired power, I don't give a shit. Okay, keep on wondering, why would we have, what's the point of this thing? But I guess it's, if you had a system and it read everyone's required power, or they reported it to a sort of like power manager, you could have a sort of live adjusting for your transformers. But at the same time, as far as I know, the transformer isn't pushing out excess power either. It's just making sure it has access to it. Or are we losing power by having a higher potential in the cables? Or how? Wait, now that I say it out loud, I guess that would make sense. So you could get more power efficiency, in theory at least, if you counted for the actual required power of your system and made sure your transformer only gave that much. Interesting. Or would it? I don't know. Either way, my current dumb system works fine enough. Anyway, so we have the prefab hash, name hash, reference ID, next weather hash. Next weather hash provides the hash value for the name of the next weather event as a 32-bit integer. Oh yeah, so these two are for having a screen where you can have, from the hash, the text, next weather event, and when it's inbound. So you can you can see when it's here. Now currently, I mostly want to read the mode. If mode, storm incoming. Then make Klaxon speak. Alright, so let's alias. Wait, no, this one won't be capitalized. So station mode is in R0, where we check. So where we just essentially inside our loop, we so the yield, and we do L in from now into station mode from weather station mode. Now having that timer shown like when the next storm is inbound could be neat. Figure that one out. That's something I feel like we can do at a later point in time. Klaxon lets you allow your speaker 50 announcements and sounds depending on your logic setup. Set the mode to select the output. Cool. Pressure. Hey, cool, neat. So we're gonna depressurize and we're gonna have like airlock cycling. Yeah, power low. Intruder alert. Well, we ain't got no intruder. We are here alone. There's musics. Floor. Oh, so if you have a large elevator system, then you name your floors. You can then have it say like first, say floor 1, 2, for example, or floor 1, floor 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, but you can't really go then above. You can't get into the 7s. Tragic. But like, you know, rocket launching, liftoff, trader incoming, trader landed, pressure high, pressure low, temperature high, temperature low, pollutants detected. High carbon dioxide. System failure. Halt, who goes there? Neat. I use them as the number of minutes a stormy system is out. Huh, yeah. So it would send you first storm incoming followed by like 5. And then storm incoming 4, storm incoming 3, storm incoming 2, storm incoming 1. Yes, I see that. That's pretty neat. I'm assuming on means say the thing. Place a sound alert on the device speaker. Oh. So if I give you this information, you do this once. Say the thing. Sound alert is say the thing. Mode is said here. Set the mode to select the output so you can have a predetermined, and that way on will just so if sound alert is a single one. If the combination of mode and on is keep on repeating yourself. I'm assuming. Let's try it out. So we set a mode already by using the Knobbly Wobbly. So just S. The way the sound works, you need to have the device rest saying something afterwards. For the length of the audio. So we'll have a like this make no fucking sense. But the hell? I can't think busted.
Storm incoming.
Now if you ask it say something every tick, chances are you'll get a blip of the audio, no audio of the sound sample, a silence at the start of the trick. Yeah, that's what I was assuming you meant. Yeah, so you have to have a sleep command in between to make sure it has enough time to say the entire thing. State 0. Interesting. Even if we reset it now. So this way, well, no. See, that won't work. We'll do an alias. Klaxon playing into R1. We do Klaxon playing is if station mode equals 1. It's 1 if A equals B. So if station mode is 1, then turn on. Hey there, puppy. How you doing? Hoping you're having a good one. And we don't know how long it all takes. Set the mode to select the output, and yet it still has then the sound alert. Logic type sound alert. Okay, so wait, no. So these are the So this sound alert is this list pretty much. And we want to put them in the mode. So we could have, say, play storm incoming. Effect starts, and in here we do S klaxon mode and whatever the storm incoming was 18. Let's see here. Yeah, well, let's just say here 18 S klaxon on 1. Sleep for 2 seconds. I know my internet is acting weird. Just wanted to say I gotta go now, sadly, before he cuts out again. Oh, thank you for hanging out, Miniomi. I really do appreciate it. And shame on the internet. And I hope you have a most wonderful day, my friend. And I hope you're doing well, puppy. You're having a wonderful, wonderful Sunday so far. I'm assuming S klaxon not on 0. Would that There we go. I'm the kind of dumbass.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Okay. And then we can do a I don't know. Branch equals A equals B. So if klaxon playing equals 1, jump to this one. Klaxon mode is sent to play storm incoming. We do the thing on and then we turn yourself off. I feel like. So currently it'll just bloop through the thing, eh? And alias time to storm into R2. We L into time to storm weather station next weather event time next weather event time. Then we S db setting time storm. Where's the heckin' configuration? Setting 0. So I'm assuming if we are not inside storm incoming state, then next we don't know when the next weather event time will be. I'm assuming we change when storm is incoming. That is also when this one will actually have a value. So we check our mode. Sorry. Yeah, you're not necessary at all. Could have here a sleep 1. So that we check for the storm once a second. We don't really care beyond that one. Except if you have storm incoming, then we go here and like, oh no, well, he was sleep 2 for this one. And next weather event time in seconds. But I don't know what those values are. Oh, wrong button. That's fine. Alright. Now we have alone with the station mode. We check. Should the klaxon be playing essentially? Station mode 1. Klaxon playing is 1. We go here. If it's not, we sleep a second and a yield, and then we check again. Just because I don't want to have too many of these scripts running on all around at the same time here. Okay. We set the mode, we set the on, we sleep with 2, we turn it off again. Okay. Now. How about... Now what if we here look at the klaxon again. If sound alert equals 18 instead. S klaxon sound alert 18 J start. BQ and the sleep 2. All right. And we S klaxon on 1.
Storm incoming.
There's not that. Talking about seeing what'll do what. Ooh, and it says nothing. Mode is on 0. Right now, we yield, we jump to test, we go to test, where klaxon sound alert is 18, klaxon on. Yes. Klaxon. Mode 18.
Storm incoming.
Come on. Interesting. So looping through this thing just makes you do the thing. But I guess is... Oh. God damn it. That's why.
Storm incoming.
Hey there, Bale and Alamein. How you doing there on the YouTube side? Morning, Hanu. When I did my weather alert script, I used 2 dials. One dial with the setting to simulate the weather station mode. The other dial to move by 15 to simulate next weather event time in seconds. Ooh. Cool. I'm just trying to figure out the klaxon currently here. Because right now all we're doing is yield, test, start, right? Yes. Klaxon on 0. Because if the klaxon is on, and I call for the sound alert, it does it once. So if we change that state...
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Okay.
Storm incoming. Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
Mucking about with the klaxon, we can use the sound alert or mode. These two do the same thing. Okay. And then it says its thing, and then it's done. Then we want to just turn it off. Ooh. Pause. Okay, so fair enough. And this way we can use the various sound alerts for testing. Now, I don't know how long this will be, but seeing as Discount mentioned that he's getting that in minutes, that'll be interesting. Weird. So then we had... Okay, so now I know how this thing works. Kinda. Now we're just gonna figure out when does it say what. And so far seems relatively simple. And I'm assuming we can get we get this in seconds, and we can have predetermined times, 60, 120, so on. And we can get, next storm incoming 1. Because I'm pretty sure you don't say minute anywhere. And then we can have, after the minute 1, some kind of alert sound that we can muck about with. Oh, wait. Before we change. So we can use the on to turn it on and off. And if we instead change the sound alert in between, will that do the same thing?
Storm incoming. Storm incoming.
It does.
Storm.
Okay, so we'll have the on be 1, and that'll be fine.
Incoming.
Then we just have the reset be the sound alert equals 0. So we'll have you copied into the here. And you here. Then okay, currently the script does literally fuck all. And then we had the logic transmitter. How lovely it explains what exactly an passive and active is. I'm assuming passive would be taking inputs, active is pushing them out. Logic transmitter connect to logic transmitter. Isn't that wonderful? That is very, very well explained how it's used, how it's coded into it. Okay. I'm assuming with two logic transmitters, one being the active, one being the passive. One sends, one receives. And they're always connected one to one. They're not like just broadcasting it. Generally a signal anyone can grab onto. It is one to one. Which means if we have an active one here and it sends out information. And if I've understood it correctly, our hard suit at least should have its own antenna for this thing. So if we put a chip in the suit, which I should have, but I don't think I have yet, we could read something via the transmitter. What exactly does it send? Because that would be lovely to see here. Like, okay, so we get 3 separate data inputs. So in what form does it go from point A to point B here? Does it send a single integer, bitwise information, a string, a hash, anything I put in it? Can I send GIFs? I don't know. I like, you see, if I had a single data input, it would feel slightly more obvious, but it has 3. Which means I feel like that means it can send a lot of information. My last tip, driving. Logic transmitters. You can link as many passive emitters to the same receiver. Passive X emitters to the same receiver. Wait, so the passive is the emitter and the active is the receiver. Is that what you're saying? Because that's not clear here, passive and active. I would have thought the passive is the one that listens and hears what is coming in, or the active is sending information out. And you can link as many passive emitters to the same receiver As many recover to a transmitter. Yeah. Yeah, but which one is which, though? Which one is the receiver? Is the passive a receiver? Yes or no? Or is the active one? Like, is it actively listening, or is it passively listening and actively sending, or passively sending? But that's very cool. So we can link multiple emitters to one receiver, which means, okay, so if you have, for example, the suit be the receiver, we can have multiple emitters in different places sending information to the same one. Active sends, passive receives. Thank you. So my logic was correct. But I'm still not understanding what form. How exactly do I send information or receive information? Like, in what form does it come? As many recover to the same receiver? Yeah. Many receiver to the same sender, yeah. Okay, so you have one active, and you have multiple passives listening to it, is what you're saying. So, okay, yeah, so we have the one weather station is doing the active, it's sending out information. Then we can have a separate thing listening to it, like we can have a logic transmitter linked to a klaxon in other part of the base, and all these multiple klaxons wirelessly in multiple places will give out the same sort of a storm incoming warning. And we can then also link it to the hard suit, which will give us the warning. And for example, to Amy, the robot, which we haven't coded yet, to also react like, oh no, the storm is incoming, I'd better go to base. We only send one logic type, setting per active. Ah. They can send a single logic type. But that's it. See, that's it, because everyone else has the, okay, what are the like possible, like, you know, data sets I can put in here? Like, I would understand if I had, okay, here's the setting. Like, this is the stuff that is gonna be sent out. But there's nothing. Other devices, tablet, hard suit, etc. I kind of recover emitter combined. It's kind of weird. Yeah, okay, so when you put one of these down, you choose whether it is an emitter or a receiver, whereas your suit and some of your tools are actively both. Cool. So technically you could have like your suit or something be have a node in between, like it's reading a lot of information and then sending out a bunch of information. Neat. And receiver, autocorrect. Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that, Balin. On the YouTube side, getting a lot of autocorrect shenanigans. But how do I send the information? That is still the mystery here. You see, we got it linked in here because it should now be an active. Ooh. Just confirm. Yeah. Set passive, but it is active. And we can't link it because it is an active. So it's sending out, not receiving. If we're receiving, then we send, who is it sending whatever information it's getting to? Which currently is this guy. Because it's sending it out. But how do I write to this thing? Like, wait. Would it be so that we have, the hell happened here? Oh, that explains. I can't see shit. Not entirely certain how that happened, but let's not worry about it. So if our transmitter here, so you're saying that if I then were to say we save our into the transmitter and we logic type Next weather. Event time. Time to storm. So would this be correct way of using the transmitter? And now I have a receiver somewhere listening to that specific one somehow. And I'd make it listen to the next weather event time information. Looking for one, but I got to go. Head off. Good luck in the project. Hey, thank you for hanging out, Modern Kiwi. I do appreciate it. And I hope your day goes well. Have a good one. Wow. I can program a beacon to read the on state of a tablet and the slot of a tablet. If on and right slot, turn beacon on. Yeah? Or if you want to see a silo quantity from an outpost, 2 logic transmitters, 1 active and a receiver. In this case, you set the active emitter setting to the silo quantity and the recover reads that info. Ah, thank you. That helped me remember a thing. I have in my hand a tablet. So logic transmitter, what the fuck do you have? It has settings. See, why is the setting information not there? So I'm saying the setting is the information it transmits. Am I understanding this correctly? And just uploaded a few screens of the current build. Feedback is welcome. Thanks again for the help. Very much appreciate it. Hey, no problem, Vivendi. I'll check him out after stream. And thanks for sharing your build. So it has on. So we can save it from, so it's, unless we're actually sending something, we won't do it. It has a mode as well. Why is none of this inside the wiki here? There's nothing about this thing. Okay, mode is this one. Sure. Yes. Are we sending or receiving? Cool. So we sent that one. Do I really have to open the wiki, the unofficial wiki on the side to even figure out how to send anything with this thing? Or do I have to write it in its setting? Because none of that is told here. All I can assume is that's the case, because it doesn't have anything else, any other info here. There's nothing. So we edit and we pause. So instead of its next weather time event, which, I'm thinking how would it hold any? So I'm assuming setting is the one we want to use here. And if you want to combine more than logic, you will need to find a way to combine the info. And you say to decide the other end with the math or bit shifting. Shift a bit left, right. Yeah, I do bit shifting a lot to hold flags. I use that in other codes in, in previous life and so on. So I drive now, sorry. Hey, no worries, Balin. Thank you again for the help. You are always a font of wisdom. And a whole lot of help. And that's beyond my understanding. Oh, and bit shifting is for me that fits in my head just easily. That's just logical, yes, no question. So we just need to determine first what is the order in which we write and read the bits. Make sure both ends do it in the same order, and then we can know, well, the first one is looking at this one, the second one looking at that one, and so on and so forth. Now, if we do this, you know what, we can't. We don't know what it is. So we do good old 69420. Save that to the transmitter setting. We confirm. We export. I'll put you in there. You're probably going to start screaming, but that's okay. Oh, that would help. Core power 50, setting 0 on 1, power 1. call this one? Ah. That one does fuck all. I mean, fucking. There we go. The very first thing, transmitter setting. Setting 69,420. Now, don't fuck with your helmet. Look inside your left pocket. Where's the... Not the handrail. There we go. So now, this one's getting no logic inside. It should be getting only power. Your passives are receiving. Loading transmitter. Setting 69 for... Okay, so the setting value is being sent in between here. Okay. You see, if they only have... Why do they have that for all the other things, but not this one? Fucking bullshit, that's what it is. But now we know. So we just do a wire cutter.
Storm incoming.
Now is it really? State is an 0. Pause. Okay, save DB, setting time to storm. Time to storm. Because it seems like if there is no changes in mode, then time to storm is apparently 0. Is what it looks like, at least. So now we're just constantly sending in time to storm. Then in other places we can check if that value is greater than 0. Oh, we don't even need to do that. We just check, when that value goes through certain thresholds. Oh, there should be multiple ticks in a second, so if it keeps on sending that one value, we're checking by second. Yeah, should be fine. Okay, so now the transmitter's getting airtime to storm value. Heck nay. Station mood. Goes here. So now we have our loads. Then we save currently this one just so we can see what the heck. Then we also send it to the transmitter. Wonderful. SEQ if the station mode equals 1. Then klaxon playing becomes 1. Otherwise, klaxon playing equals 0. So klaxon playing equals 1 means we branch into here. In fact, we could just have this one be freaking station mode. If station mode equals 1, jump here. Now, the problem here is we don't actually want this whole insane loop thing happening. Like all the time. Which means we alias old station mode int R3 and at the end of the loop we save into old, not save, move into old station mode. The current station mode. So this way we'll always have, every time we go through the loop, we'll know what the previous state was. So this way we can detect when things change. So when station mode equals 1 and old station mode does not. So that'd be an OR. There's a logical OR operation, the binary representation of two values. Each bit of the result is determined by evaluating corresponding bits of the input value. If either bit is 1, the resulting bit is set to 1. Both are 0, it's 0. So it's not that one. Azor. Bits are different. One bit is 0, other is 1. The resulting bit is set to 1 if the bits are the same. But this is 0. So we could use a XOR to check. Well, where we would have a XOR into klaxon playing with from station mode and old station mode. Now, if they're both the same, that's a 0. If there's a difference, we go here. Then we overwrite the station mode and we do it again. Okay? And currently we have the sound alert. Sleep sound alert 0. Transmitter is purely following this one. Okay. I think that as far as the klaxon that is here, this does essentially work. Alright. Yeah, I can't really. Find myself in a situation when I kind of ran out of box. Max volume. He'll scream at me when he screams at me. At some point, it'll be time. Now, what did you have? What can I sell you? Coils, electronic parts, IC10s, 25 bucks a piece? Hell no. I can sell you some gold though. You can buy some Electrum too, but you know, I ain't got none to give right now. Got about 1500. Portable air conditioner, generator, scrubber, auto lathe construction kit, appliance, desk lamp left. I'll buy it. Oh. Cable coils. Yeah, none of this I want to sell to you, so goodbye. The Cosmo Corp. Number 35. Yeah, we could have a drink in just a sec. Don't you worry there, friendo. Ah, take it. At least we've kind of like weather system working. And hey, didn't we by any chance? We don't have a chip in this one. Alright, let's go have a look at the ogres and shits. What? Thriving towards fruiting. Oh, the dead one. Wait, why are you damaged? That though mixture is just fine. And there's still water there. Not a lot, but there's some. I mean, it could be the water that's the issue. This time we have the helmet on, we're not going to murder ourselves by heading out. Excellent. So we're going to have a quick look in the furnace room, because that's also where I have a backpack full of ice, which should also have some water ice in it. Not you, though. Womp. Come on. This one's 23 liters. Now this temperature shouldn't be too cold. Here, have some water ice. You'll heat it up. And slowly but surely. Strange. Oh well, it's fine though. There we go. Okay. I don't... Fine. Okay. I guess we'll just not question it. It'll be it's better that way. It's better that way. Yeah. Don't ask too many questions, like why does it work? Why doesn't it work? What the heck's going on here? And the answer is, in the end, the answer is none of my problem. Yeah, we're gonna dig our basement hole even bigger eventually. But for now, let's have a look see at what we got done over here. Now, I'm pretty sure the small auto miners straight up finished. We'll deal with that one on the way back, because first we run all the way to the end of the tunnel where there's an ogre that is taking a sharp 90-degree turn to the right. Yep, you return, out of batteries, nice. Oh, wrong one. Wrench, wrench. No matter what happens here, we do need a junction. Like that. And then we need to connect these bad boys. My 5 is almost enough, yet not quite. Hey there, Shifty Goblin. I ended up getting this after watching you. It's absolutely beating my ass. Yeah, my first run was also very fatal. But I'm glad you seem to be liking it, though. Because it is a fun one, in my opinion. I very much enjoy this one. And all the stuff we can do in this. What? Now there's, because I'm linking everything with shoots because I want to. Now, if you were sensible and you were thinking about, let's just be efficient, you'd build an outpost with a deep miner, and then the loader that we have back at the base for loading my cardboard boxes, you have a similar one at this end, and which is loading like hard mining backpacks with all the ore, and then you just run over at some point and like gather all these freaking mining backpacks, coming with a couple of cardboard boxes, you fill those with your mining backpacks. And you run back, and you got like an infinite amount of freaking ore there. Especially if you do your proper like filtering and stuff on site as well. And yeah, they're not here. Wait a minute. I have run out of floor pieces. What horror. Oh yeah, it's good. Feels good when things come together. Oh, absolutely, yeah. That's why I love these kind of games. That allow for this kind of like, you know, figuring out your own automation and whatnot. Now the deep miner we're gonna need a few. So let's try to like hang on to a couple that way. And it's also fun, yeah, because you know when it all comes together, when you get the coding to work, your automation to work, and especially like because the way I'm doing it when it's just, you know, not maybe the most efficient way to do it. Are you looking for the like min-maxing efficiency, or you just want to build something neat? And I'm currently leaning towards the whole building something neat part here. And one of them is having these deep miners eventually bring me all this sweet, delicious ore. There we go, and there should be a few in here. Oh, more than a few. Wonderful. Would you look at that? I can see, I can already see the ogre, and we have so many stacks. We should be able to do this. Just, why can't I aim? Why? There we go. I do the neat route too. I'd rather figure it out, even though it's not the best. Oh, yeah. should never discount the value of the cool factor. Why are you doing it this way? Because I think it's cool. Alright, there we go. Then again, at some point I might be doing other things that I also think is cool, like, because I heard that... Was it Balin who mentioned that someone's having the idea of using rockets to deliver goods between your outposts, and I'm like, fucking what? That seems amazing. And incredibly complicated. So, but that would be a fiver. And leaves us with... another... Oh my god, is that a perfect 10? It looks like a perfect 10. Needs more kit. Oh, yeah. Gotta love it when it all comes together. And then from an arc wielder, I have my one rather well-charged battery. Thwomp. Away with you, ogre! Dig me a tunnel, worthy of Mordor. Because if my calculations are correct, if we go far enough that way, we'll end up in the iron and copper and silicone area, which will be a very nice place for the for a deep miner. Won't be able to do that again, lol. Yeah. But it worked out this time. Yeah, now we need more. Then we're gonna need even more shoots then to eventually push this many squares that way. I think we're gonna have to do the ogre at least twice. Wait, I can check. We do whomp, whomp, whomp. And we change from configuration to... was it? Deep miner should give us... yeah, I think we'll get 2 because it's at 700 something. I measured it when I was above ground, around 750. And if it goes 200 like Z blocks worth, which I think it does, that'll give me, yeah, so 2 runs of the ogre. Oh, and man, making those glasses was so worth it. Last time I went mining, I was just like, you know, in that corner there, at least I thought like, I don't want to ruin the like top side anymore, so I'm gonna dig here where I can like build a little like floor over it. Once we're done. And I just dug down, and I went from like cave, like node to node, cave to cave. Then I got lost in my own caves, and I had to like, in the end, still dig almost straight up to get out of there. Absolutely worth it. Good times. And I ended up with a whole lot of iron. And other ores. And then I've gone through almost all of it to make more chutes. So, this one is done. Which means we need to do a little bit of a shifty here. We change from you to you. And we do the wrench. And we do the wrench. We've got a big old hole there. So now if we look at our options and there we go. I didn't put them in here, no. Good. Deep miner. Oh, I thought we could like use an auto miner to dig out a hole and then I have misunderstood how this thing works. Well, that's all right. Wait, are you saying I could just... Oh, there they are. So I'm like, where the heck are my outputs? Now if we put it right here, which is doable. But what if I want more of these? What if we put it this way around? I think that could be neat. Partly inside the ground, but you know, we don't need to worry about such things as silly things like logic. I need 12. I don't think I have enough steel sheets on me, eh? Oh, I lied. Ah. I'll close you off. I'll close you. We'll look at the angle grinder. Right, the 180. Found them, yep. I hope we're doing well there. Dragoon 3960. Wait, no. 3690. My bad. Can't even math. Screwdriver and cable coil. Screw them drives. Cable them coils. Here. No. But here we go. Here and here. Nice. Now we can link that in here. If that is what we want. Because currently this thing handles just pretty much raw ores that come from there. So I guess we could, but we need to add a thingamabob here. I'll leave you with the in there. And then we did say 5 of these. So I hope they were enough. I'm done. There you go. Still need 1. We'll need a sorter on the other end which detects dirty ores and sends them to the centrifuge hole. Nuclear batteries did. Here's a question. Do you want it to run on the right or the left? Or the middle? Also, it might be a good idea to make sure it sort of fits better on that end. Yeah, it's funny. The original plan was to have the outposts and then have them have you know, proper like surface outposts and whatnot. And now we're doing it all underground instead. Because why not? Good stuff. So I guess with the run in, we gotta put the big battery into the charger. Might as well let our friend have a drink, I guess. And start making more chutes. We'll remove the unloader loader we have. See here, this thing comes in, goes through this stacker. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a sorter instead. That sorts out dirty ore. I wonder if we could link up multiple sorters to a single computer. I think we can. I hope we can, because then this one can control the other sorter as well. We're doing essentially the same shit this thing does. Wait a minute. No, even better. We'll just link it to this thing. This silo is empty. So if non-dirty ore comes in here, gets sorted, and sent back to, the packaging thingamabob. God damn it, let me go. Like that. Ooh, coal. Neat. This whole junction is a mess. Now we need chutes so the systems will, meet neatly. Ooh, we can long distance battery change. There we go. Now the vapor is fine. Basic chutes needs crazy amounts of iron. We have an acceptable amount. That'll be 1, 2. That's 100. 200. 300. 400. We can't quite fit 500 worth of nonsense acid. That's okay. Go.
Hydration critical.
Temperature's going down. I don't think it's too much of an issue. Iron itself, I think it's 800. 900 would be for the steel, so there's, too cold for steel. It is cooling down pretty quickly, actually. Ooh, just made it. Into the output you go. Heckin' perfect. Now we go half a kilo of this bullshit. Whomp. And I kind of want to just Oh, it was empty? Dang. There we go. Where's the inlet? There we go. Swamp. And go nuts. Oh, wrong button. Now, if we look at our box inbox action here. Why was I so certain I needed even more shoots? I mean, I do need more shoots, but... That was floors. That's you. It's one iron per. There's steel. We got some. Oh, and some copper ready to go. Oh well, it's fine. It is A and O and K. Well, the way I'm building my nonsense, it's not like I'm gonna, run out of use for shoots, am I? If anything, I should go and fix my freaking solar power array system.
Power low.
Well, everything we need. What we need was just a few more pieces of floor so we can, I don't know, do the wiring for the deep miner. Then we reconnect our tubes. Alright. Whoa! Right, that would help. Okay, so 4 pieces of flooring will get us... Wait, or did you already have steel? You do. I do need some steel sheets, though. But yeah, I want these loading systems for all of these machines. I really should just, I don't know, get my shit together and get around to it. One of these days I might. Give me 10. Yoink. Bump, bump. Hey, come on. Wump. Right. This is also something we can quickly get back into action, eh? Yep. No. And we had it here. It didn't work, so it didn't go down by 1. One. And then we grab the arc of the welders. There we go. We grab the wrench. Look at that cardboard box. Is that the green one? Is that this one? Well, not that one. This one. One, two, three, 4. There we go. One. Switch over to the wire cutters and oh, voila! Come on, there we go. Straight up. We cut you off. I tried there slightly higher up, but he got angry about being too close to these steel frames. And now it's actually doing excelente. Yeah, we need to do the whole shebang for normal wires as well. Man, I'm gonna make so many things. We do 4. We do this. We do that. I wonder if those drills can hurt the player. I hope they can. It would be the appropriate punishment for Hubers. Back set to flatten. That would help. Still not entirely certain why I'm doing this giant tunnel here, but we're doing it. Getting a nice big basement, that's what it is. Jump. And a McFwomp. Oh, buckets. There we go. Upgrade down. Happy New Year. Hey, thank you to you, Vivanji. Happy New Year to you too. I hope you have wonderful days ahead. And, you know, things in general end up working out. That we all hope for in the end. In the meantime, we're going to close these. Change tools. 305 days. Ooh, 60 more days and we got a full year ahead on our hands on Europa. Now if I look, here. And there. And from here we grab our wonderful automotive wrench. Alright, so before we do anything too crazy, alright, let's just think about what we're trying to do. Alright, we're gonna have to do it this way around. You'll go up. Meat, come this way. What are we doing? Another one of these awkward. Oh, another awkward. Oh, it's like, please God, be temporary kind of solutions. There. Now the ore coming from over there, go through the junction into the silo. Whatever comes through here goes through the junction into the silo. Yeah. There. Whoop. Don't go jumping into the middle of the earth now. Or Europa. There we go. Alright, let's get that deep miner running. Once we're done with that, yeah. I need the wire cutters. I'm kind of thinking like doing it from below. But I guess it'd be easier to like just maintain the existing cable. Oh, this one will not be getting lamps. Come on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Around 8 per. One. Yeah, so it's 7. Then bits of heavy big old giant cable. Well, hello there, Storm Sir. Thank you very much for that follow. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful day and a lovely new year. Oh, god dang it. Twisting my spine again. Got that fixed. It'll be interesting to figure out how I want to do this. There we go. In the sense that... How do I link all these things? I think we could be able to, pretty much. At least be a very much a sort of main power line, because we have the large solar array. We'll be powering these. And then I guess we could make a little bit of a build-up base battery here. Or should we just have the APCs? The base battery would be a safer, cheaper bet to have in between. For the eventual like proper outpost. So right now we have just the one deep miner there, and eventually there'll be another one. Well, probably more than one. Where we end up with this one. And depending on how far the ogre goes, there's a chance that it'll actually like mine itself out of a hill. Because once we go to the right from here, there are more lowlands in that direction. I'm wondering like if we just go far away enough in that direction. We come out. That means then that we would be able to build a like surface outpost. Which means we could do a secondary, I don't know, solar/wind array there as well to put power into batteries. Oh, we see a blinky light ahead, which means we're getting close. I was actually getting worried, like, goddamn. All of these might not have been enough. Which could be a problem because we were supposed to put these in the heckin' elevator shaft. Oh, that's actually pretty heckin' perfect. And you're done. Heckin' lovely. Turn you off. Tune the pocket. And we'll do that for now. Change out our tools. that? No. Wrench. There we go. Good in the gold silver area. Yeah, I think one more should do it. One more last ogre adventure. Yeah. Then we do the e-welder and the electronic parts. There we go. Ogre's done. There we go. No good power for the ogre, but not enough. Now let's see how many. Well, we can't do it from here. You gotta start from the other side. And I love these tunnels. Feels good being a space dwarf.
Power low.
And once we finally get the another deep miner area found, then we can start producing shit like for real. Because that one has iron in it. Alright. As far as we go. Needs more chutes. Which I do believe we are producing, so that's nice. And we have a couple of 4 floor pieces left. And our chute should be more than fine. We got the cable. We have an APC and a FHUD. We should even have like standard large batteries, so we can get the deep miner here also working. Because our 6 centrifuges are handling the one deep miner in the pure gold area is fine. This will give gold and silver. So again, excess gold, but then some silver allows us to get the look into the whole electron production and whatnot. There we go. Then we look at our wire cutters. And then inside the cardboard box in the pocket with the space pack. with these guys. Yep. Oh. Yeah, good thing I hung on to that one single piece of shoot. Oh, we can like, or was it 3? Either way, we haven't have to fix that one. Change out the hand drill. There we go. Well, hello there, Fluffy Buttocks. Again, and thank you for that follow.
Hydration critical.
I really do appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. There we go. Nice. Oh, do womp womp womp. Then we still needed... Ah, where'd I put it? I'm hoping it's... So, now you're all linked. Everything's going that way. Nice. I'll do some cosmetic cleanup. There we go. Up. Let it go. Nice. 306 days without dying. As they say, like a boss. Okay, deep miner be deep mining. Now we got more junk coming in. Now we need to go and eat our canned fries. Bring another stack of ice at the same time to the upper level there. Do it in the ice crusher. Ooh, and we should probably also check on our fuel mixer because, well, hopefully it hasn't exploded. And we still have a base left when we get there. And then, yeah, then we'll connect our solar array to these cables. We'll do that after we get the ogre operational. Because I'm pretty sure with the extra shoots we're producing, we should have enough. But I don't know. Is that just me being extra hopeful? Maybe. Well, we have apparently gone beyond the powers of a single cardboard box already. So that's winning. Let's have a look-see here. There. One. Hello there, Space Andrew Gaming. Hope you're doing well. Lovely seeing you around, friendo. Now then. Look at me getting just all distracted again. It is my way. Nothing exploded here. That's always a bonus. It's turned off and it's green. Oh, beautiful. The automation has functioned exactly as intended, if not even better. Alright, so we have an easy way to produce just fuel there. Excellent. Same system is...
Hunger caution.
Nice. I was about to put the freaking volatiles in there. Nice water. There you go. Now this place needs fixing. Bring it. Enjoy the space fries. It's annoying that the drinking fountain you have to like wait for the entire animation, but with a bottle you can do like small amounts. Get our hygiene back up. There we go. Now are you really... Some of these wheats are just, I don't know, being pissy. Oh, that's okay.
Power low.
Battery changed. If I recall, use Alt when drinking from fountain. Hey there, Depot. Hope you're doing well. It is true. Mega party music. Now let's try again. Oh. Okay. It's one of those poorly explained details of sometimes using your Alt button is just magic. I love for deep dark magic to happen. Now you're the one. Well, that's at 38 liters. And they're cooling off. Pressure going up. This pipe network's at unacceptable everything. Excelente. God love freaking Dwarf Fortress and party music. Also meant to ask earlier about got distracted. Which centrifuge are you using? Oh, I'm using the normal electric ones currently. Just to have a set of 6 of them running. That's also one of the reasons why I wanted to have my sort of fuel production working as well as possible, is to Because if the area where we're building our hopefully at least will be building the place. The next outpost with the iron and copper and silicon and stuff and so on. The idea was to hopefully be able to then we'll probably build a more of a localized centrifuging. Or then we'll just do all the centrifuging here as well, just as we are. So we have a set of 6 electric ones. And I was thinking of... Well, once these can't keep up, then we'll have to explore the wondrous magic of the gas fueled one. Shouldn't be too impossible. Now that we have a steady and reliable way to produce more fuel at a wonderfully perfect mix ratio, thanks to the magical wonders of mathematics. Yeah, maybe we'll actually have all outposts will be mining at best. We'll do all the processing on site because we are building these chutes, so might as well. Then I don't have to like run around and they'll be like, oh no, they ran out of gas there or something, and run there to deal with it. Yeah, then we can just keep on adding more and more of the deep miners to the same chute network, because it'll still take a few of these to start like pumping out enough stuff to properly annoy the. Oh, right. Well, good thing I looked at it and thought about it. I need to put in a stacker. Thought I had a stacker. Pretty sure I have. Oh, I wasn't supposed to carry you around, but that's okay. Now you're in. Yeah, none of yous. There it is. Stop doing your thing. We're gonna have to reorganize. Man, that scared me. There it is. All right. Now we change. You there. Alright, can't be done. Absolutely impossible. There we go. Only at the combustion ones you would think use a fair amount of gas, but if you're not already aware, they don't. Yeah, I heard they're actually they're rather efficient that way. I'm looking forward to figuring them out eventually. Alright, that just kind of works. Now where'd that stacker go? There we go. There we go, and there we go. Now the H2O combustor is a hungry beastie. Oh, I've noticed. It's a wild one. I use it to make steam for my Stirling engine. I was thinking, oh cool, I can use this to like somewhat make, you know, have more access to water. Yeah. And beastie has needs. I don't know if 50 is the actual maximum stack size, but whatever. Close enough. Then power's going here. We're grabbing power from here. I could have even put up a wall here, put it there, but we'll consider that. And this way we'd have a relatively easy way to like just, I don't know, put in more of these if you want more from here with the gold-silver combo. And nowadays it'll be, you know, stacking them as it should. Alright. I've discovered my problemas. There's not really a problem. I guess it kinda is, but you know. Kind of thing that annoys me. Thinking like, oh no. There. So I didn't like it, you know, getting too crap beneath here. Now these are going up, joining that one. And then this way, because if we put another one here in a line, then it would also go its own stacker, and a similar really way go straight up. And then curve in here, we have a junction there, and everything is A, O, F, and K. Yeah, this entire power line needs to, on a few occasions, sort of change direction. Because right now it's being fed by essentially APCs, which is the issue here. But it's at the far end, we need to get the solar power array working, and then it'll be feeding into this. And then we'll have to see if we can figure out a way to get parts of this to feed into the main base battery network as well. Of course, yeah, that means we'll need to build a battery there. I wonder if we should then have a system to maintain. Yeah, I guess we can have logic transmitters following the states of the various. If we build a base battery here, it'll be following the state of that battery, and if in case it starts getting really sad, like, oh no, I need more power, it shouldn't be too hard to, you know, place down another. And down there goes my deep dark mining hole. It was a fun time down there. I couldn't find my way back. Now this is then obviously music from the, Mars First Logistics. And considering the game actually has like rather like energetic, funky music. That one is wondrously like, I don't know, dark spacey somehow. See, this is the usual music style of that game. Previous one sounded a bit more mysterious. So I'm wondering where that game goes then eventually. Man, I can't wait to play more of that one. And that one also, because I couldn't figure out how the logic pieces in that game worked. But then just as I was ending, then I raided to Knapsor and he figured it out. Which means we can build more complex systems for moving. And I'm wondering, can I make an actually like legged drone? Can I build a spider bot? It probably won't be a very good one. But, maybe that'll be even better. Janky spider bot might be way better than a like actually smart spidey bot. That's those. This is my electronics box. This is my piping box. Yeah. Your tunnels make me wish they had small ATVs to drive through them. Oh! So the same here, Dragoon. Same here. Or as we've been lamenting here with other people as well. If they only had monorails, I would love to build my own like subway system. It's like single person seater, you just sit on it, it just, scoots you along rapidly enough. Because we have the elevator. Where's the, we have the, the vertical movement of an elevator. Where's my horizontal mechanized movement? Where's my trains? So no, that's another one of those deep, dark, important questions. Okay. Making things shoot it in means these get moved here. Shoot box gets to remain. Shoot box, you need to live here. You get that nuclear battery. Go, Ogre, go! Now this one should be the last. Keyword should. Let's hope it is. The last of the ogres that we need to use. Now most likely I'll just keep on setting it this way because I do believe if we go far enough in this direction, there will be planes that are actually lower than the tunnel we're digging. So it should be it coming out from like the side of a mountain. And what's funny was the other day when I was watching Hazaza play this one. And I saw him like he built a base, and then he was thinking like, oh no, he like ran out of. He was running out low on oxygen, so he decided like to remove a piece of his floor and then dig into the ground to do some mining to find some oxide. And for some reason, I expected that to sort of vent out his little hab, but it turns out dirt and rock is actually airtight. So if I plug this up all the way, this will become an actual room. We can have this completely ventilated, this space as well. Wouldn't that be neat? I've never seen the ogre used before. Ooh. Yeah, I very much enjoy the ogre and then the small auto miner, because the ogre digs forward around, I think, 200 blocks or something like that. Even though the instructions say like go an X distance, but I have never found a way to determine how far exactly X is. Oh, I forgot to turn you on. Good thing I checked. Would have been embarrassing otherwise. I mean, still expanded his, and thus lowering the pressure, thus killing him anyway. That is very true, Neff, yes. But I was expecting it to, void it into the moon, into a vacuum, because for some reason I thought the dirt isn't airtight, which is weird. I think it was because I was watching Perk play and he was complaining about something like that. And either it's the update that happened since that made the change, or he done something wrong. So yeah, I think it was, I was watching Perk cosplay and I think he was complaining about that. And did they change room size limits? I have no idea. But I mean, like, it could be that, yeah, I mean, I might have to put up like multiple walls to, put up a door or something that could be interpreted as a door so that they would be separated. You done? See, I'm digging a basement all the way to bedrock using the auto miner. Having a good time. The line was always airtight, but it's more consistent now, I think, since the terrain update. Ooh, cool. I did not know this. And like I said, and it was all based on me having most likely misinterpreted something that happened on a stream I was watching about this game. And it is thanks to that discovery by everyone's beloved Hazazam that I realized I can make a cave dwelling. Well, it won't really be a cave dwelling, but it will be a cave where I shall then eventually. Where's the there? I want to make a little like a chicken cave. They those poor little chicken footsies. They deserve better than to just live off of on walking on cold steel. They deserve a little bit of dirt in their dirty nails. And I think it could be fun to try to make a chicken cave with like a viewing room above where I can like then observe the chickenating. Because every time I mention the chickens, someone points out that the chickens are a pain in the ass and they always escape. So I'm thinking like, well, what if we put them inside like just a big old cave and we illuminate them from above, and in case they get out of hand and they start like affecting the like frame rates and stuff, because that can happen. I then want to have an emergency button or something where it just avoids the cave. Just be careful about cave getting too big. If it's huge, then the game might just count it as outside. Good call. But yeah, I'm not gonna make it. The plan was never to make huge caves, just like at least a small one, like a 2x2 grid kind of thing, or a 2x2x2 cave. I should be enough for a few chickens, I think. Or then we just build it out of frames anyway. We'll see. Depends on how much we care about those chickens once we eventually get there. Then I close you open up, and wire cutter. Look at me go, getting distracted again. Now we do get the wrench. Come on. My basement. Hey there, Neon. The hole all right? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna build a proper basement beneath my base. Up there, base going well? Hey there, Tiger Lily. Nice hearing from you. It is, actually. Things are going remarkably well so far. We've had some fun times coding. Solved some neat issues. Though the weather station really isn't talking to anyone currently, but it's there. Yep. So slowly but surely it's all coming together. Blech. And the auto miner, similar to the ogre, if it encounters ore, you get more ore out of it than mining by hand. So, oh. Go! And now I can just forget about that one. No! There we go. Yeah. Now stuff will come out eventually. What? So it's called the basement exactly. It's true. And maybe you could move, make a volcano lair for the chickens, and their holding cell would have a river of liquid volatiles around it. Yes, I'm glad. Well, Neff, that sounds insane. That sounds like something to aim for. If not on this run, then I don't know, even better. Because once this run ends, we then have to do it, more difficult. So this is, Europa on Stationeers. Then we'll have to do Vulcan on Stationeers, and we'll have to have a volcano room plan for that space, because it seems like there would be all of that would be even more extremely dangerous over there. So, yeah. Now, before we run off to
Hydration critical.
yeah, okay, we can have a drink. How are the traders? Interstellar inhalants. That sounds hilarious, but no. Where they be weathering, be lagging a little. I think there's a bit too many lamps and things happening around in my base, because when I'm close to here and I look at all these things, game gets a little laggy. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Ooh, a nuclear battery. There we go. And let's look at our tools. Arc welder. One we use the most. Seeing you do Vulcan would be fun. You might need to give yourself a few lines for that. Oh, hey, Nev. Absolutely. I mean, same as here. It's a permanent run is how I'm playing this. This is my third life on Europa. The first one, I had to I had to end it manually, if you will, because my first run was on the moon, and I didn't realize that the storms will destroy the lander, and I had no idea how the traders would work. So I just thought, I don't have seeds, I can't get food, this run has ended. And so I started a new one, and then in the second one I damaged my lungs too much by inhaling the almost liquid oxygen. And my dude passed out and never to wake up again. And this is the third one. We damaged our lungs, we've survived a number of explosions, actually, to be honest. And we made liquid nitrogen for the cryotube to heal ourselves. Now the cryotube should be reinstalled at some point. Getting there. Then it's manual. Yes. Exactly. Third time the charm. Yeah. We got a freaking advanced furnaces working. We got, this space out here is going to be, I'm thinking I'll be pulling in the ores that I'm getting, which currently are going to the other side of the place, will be then actually pumped into here. And this room might have to expand, of course. And I think here we have the different silos for the different ores and fuel mixing as well. So because this one is a little bit of a grid, which is going to be outside here. So we're going to have a small, an insulated tank where we fill with fuel. And I'm gonna have it outside, covered in frames, so that, you know, if it blows, it hopefully won't blow straight in. Because I don't know how this game handles all that shit. So, for safety, it will be outside. This will be the processing, and from here, we'll then have that stuff coming here to our advanced furnace, which needs to be walled in with a pressure regulator and all that jazz. Because we have now that one import chute, which I guess I want at least a single chute longer. Because no, 2 chutes longer, which would be perfect. Because then I can fit enough ores in here for a 500 gram ingot. Well, if we do like just one ore. If with the advanced ones, it will be bigger, but that's okay. We'll figure that out. Because I was wondering if I could then have a computer here and our logic system, which could then request from the various silos the necessary ores in the correct ratios for making the ingot we request, and then have automating we can use the recycled waste gases
Hunger caution.
and then have and fuel to get to the correct temperature and pressure for whatever we're making. I think that'll be an interesting project once we get there. For now, we're doing it still like quite manually. A hunger caution, drinking caution. Let's go have a... let's go do it from above, actually. Because I do believe... yes, I still have that mining backpack on me. It'll be sick if you make it to the year on this one run. I'm hoping so, Neff. There's only like 60 days left. I'm on day 306. And water. There you go. Oh, yeah, okay. And we have now built double windows here. Which means we need to rebuild the floor. Which I actually could do anyway. To insulate spaces. But yeah, because I'm gonna do like I did in my living area. I'm gonna cover this inside with windows with shutters. And then we'll have a temperature like measurement where like if it gets too cold in here, the shutters open and we'll let the solar radiation warm up the place. If it gets too warm, we'll allow the water to keep on cooling this place. Or then we do a sort of heating, cooling upstairs for the water itself. And down here we just, enjoy however it works out. In theory. We'll see how it all works out in practice eventually. Oh, he's already getting into the heavy breathing phase. So, like all true spacemen, we eat our canned fries. Where'd the can go? Empty can. There we go. Now we do it naked. No, we drink. Oh, wait. Jesus. And then we have a shower. Get that hygiene all the way up there. Now, apparently showering does waste a fuck ton of water, because we've got 124 liters of water in here, but we can't use it for anything because it's all dirty. Look at that. Filthy. 121 liters of filthy water. Polluted. Now, I do have the switchgrass seeds, and I did make a whole bunch of switchgrass, so we have a bunch of hay. You gonna filter the water? No, not yet. The idea was to do it, but like I said, this room is supposed to become purely a greenhouse, not a living room area. That's why I'm saving it in the portable tank to eventually deal with, So that'll be neat. Once we get there. First solar array and so on.
Time for a big stretch.
Oh, snaz, okay. Will do. Our dude can get all naked and enjoy the fruits of his labor. In fact, wait. I'm gonna steal these grain. Drop that. We'll do a quick little something before I do the stretchies. Of... putting some grains in here so these guys can plant them. And now you are poorly towards seeding, but still getting there. There. And this entire script needs to be rewritten because every now and then it gets a brain fart and it stops. Alright. So let's do the stretches. Do a couple of squats. Nine. 10. And it spins. Okay, and then we go. Come on. Yeah. Nice. Ooh. Oh, perfect. Went right through the ad break as well. Welcome back from the ad, everyone. Stretches are done. Everything's going A-okay. And all the harvest be harvesting. We'll deal with that eventually. Cycle that airlock. No, okay. One thing I've been wondering is, wait, can I like just capacity is 7,406 liters. Currently contains around 300 moles, 350. Oh. Like, can I use the large inline tank, or should I have like a special, like an actual outside tank? Hey there, crab thighs. Nice seeing you. How's it going? It's going pretty well. Going pretty well so far. Let's change out oxygen to canister. Now, one of the things I wanted to have a look at while I was here was, can I make this thing just produce large amounts of solar panels? We could make a decent amount if we just shove some more gold in there, which is easy enough to do thanks to the fact that we have our beautiful automated furnace and there's some fuel in these pipes and... Okay, no. Look at it. It's full of fuel. We need to go get it. I'm so happy with that one. Like, getting the code to work first for the H2O combustor was freaking amazing. It's turned itself off. Measures here, measures there, goes to 17 megapascals, and it's there perfectly. Look in there, 33.3 to 66.7%, the perfect fucking ratio. And this mix from two different gases at two different temperatures. This was 13.1 Celsius, and outside it is, what is it, minus 144 Celsius. And it still mixed them perfectly. regardless of the fact that they were at different temperatures, different expansions, different pressures. God, I love math. And because this pipe is here being measured, so if we remove this, see, nothing changes. Doesn't get too confused. The pipe itself can take up to 60 megapascals, same as a large tank here. Well, small tank, actually. But this one can only take 20. Now, this one is maxed out and turns blue at the same point where our the gas canister we're using here for our oxygen, which also has a visual, because it is the smart one, this is Mark II. So the visual indicators, it is at, I want to say 18.3 is when this one turns blue. So we could increase our target pressure, but it won't. When it comes to fuel, I feel that maybe, maybe it's better to be like, better safe than sorry and all that. Now, there's many places where we have use for fuel. So having that thing be able to just hang out there, be able to make more fuel for, use is handy. And but also why I wanted then there to be a proper, completely separate system then for having fuel for our furnace. So we'll have a production system for making fuel for the furnace, separate from fuel for, everyday use / trading and so on. And then a separate fuel production system that does it only as requested for the H2O burner, which produces steam, which is for the Stirling engine, which was also working just beautifully. And eventually, we'll get to the wonderful world of rockets. And that'll also have its own rocket fuel factory. For now, though, this works. Now, where's the thing? I do believe I still have the pump analyzers. We do, perfect. Can I not? This. Yeah, that's what I want. Excelente. Got some powered vents, and I haven't really used them for anything, but so they're just, curiosity more than anything. I'll close you. Open up this one. Switch over to the wire cutters so that we can fuse cables together, because that's how it gets. Wonderful. See, the ratio there is 34 to 66, whereas this one is... It doesn't actually say. But this is the old fuel mixture, which is, less than perfect. So I just wanted this thing so that I can have a quick and easy way to visually see, is there fuel in this pipe? Because we have one inline tank here as well. And they're all insulated again, because it is very cold here. We don't want, to lose too much temperature and pressure. So that's these are gold. We have a large amount of gold because we I know Sandy when I figured out how to do that. In case someone didn't know, if you hold down Alt, so you can move things between inventories. And the game does say you just press switch to move everything of a single type. Or left shift. I was wondering how exactly I'm supposed to do that, but if you do this and then you also push down left shift, see, both of the silvers came in. Same here. All the gold. But if you want to move absolutely everything, you do the same thing, hold down control, and it moves everything in that inventory to this one. There. Random deets. Now, I'm going to close the output. I'm going to start feeding in gold. So that is 100. That's 200. 300. 400. And now this one won't... That one won't fit. Yeah. I was thinking, I could make some more electrum, but we'll make that as we need it. Right now, my main devourer essentially of gold is the electronic bench anyway. So we're gonna make a 500 gram, which I do believe is the maximum stack size. So half a kilo stacks are the biggest you can make. That should be more than enough. We can almost let it have some more. At some point, I might even extend the pipe network here so we can have an analyzer for that one as well. But yeah, that'll be for when we make it more complex, because this thing still radiates heat. That's what I want to build a containment room around it essentially, and with a pressure valves too, because when if these heat up, they expand. So the excess pressure needs to be vented out. But also because it radiates heat, it also means it loses that heat when it radiates it out to the atmosphere. So that's why we want to have a contained space. We can help it maintain at a very hot temperature. Preferably even fill it up with something like, I don't know, nitrogen to make sure it's nice and safe. Maybe we'll just fill it with freaking pollutants. Because it is by itself airtight. So those things won't affect each other. But okay, has a whole bunch of fuel inside. Let's ignite. Oof, gets hot. Now it's hot. Now the gold starts melting. Grab in a new stack from the chute. And there we go. That was next one. There we go. And now it'll keep on doing it until it's melted everything or cools down too much, which I don't think it will. I wonder what's inside there, by the way. And there's the volatiles in the oxygen, so yeah, the burning is happening. Because different metals off-gas different gases when they melt. And I can't really remember what exactly gold did, but I guess it's CO2 or... Alright. The penultimate and the last one. Lamp is green, we're good. Yeah, we are about 1,000 Kelvin. There we go. Hunk of gold. And then we pump out our hot gases. Your pressure is... you're A-okay. Because this previously I got a little worried. The temperature was, around 600 Kelvin, so it wasn't that high, but the pressure was above... I think we got to hitting above 40. So I vented a bunch of it in here. And a bunch of it down there to be processed by the lower machines, which actually we could do now. Again, we have the filters, we have the technology. So I can open up that one. Pressure here, doesn't change because there's another valve down there in the gas processing room, which hasn't been affected yet. You are emptying out. Those last pascals will always take freaking forever. Well, okay. So for our solar there we go. So in theory, we have enough gold for 100, enough copper for 10, enough steel for 10. So that'll be fine. In fact, I'm gonna steal this entire structure from here again. Guess I should make more stackers and shit. I gotta say, I feel like so silly after I discovered the loader. Such a lovely device. Loaders and chutes are our friends. Oh, we can't put a chute inlet directly there. So we'll have to have an actual piece of chute. Then you'll allow for an inlet to be... Yeah. I'll leave these here. You wouldn't happen to You do actually have a little bit of silicon now. Wonderful. Because, interestingly enough, silicon is used for the large cardboard box. Oh, wow. Yoink. And... Whomp. There you go. And of course, so we don't have the other embarrassing situations happen again. So one is in there. One is in that chute. And this one would probably be there. So there's 1, 2, 3. Which is more than these can actually make. Do you have any copper to smelt? I mean, we sucked out all the hot air for the gold production. I could make a little bit of copper. Because the idea was to make... Because we already have some steel there. Now, copper smelts. That might be enough. So for this one, we're not going to use the fuel. We're going to suck in the waste gases, actually. Because they're stored inside insulated pipes into insulated tanks, which means they do not lose any temperature. Or gain. And depending if you want to keep things cool or hot, this is the way to go. And for waste gases from furnaces is something I discovered on this run. Because previously, you know, first on the moon and so on, you build your freaking furnace. And I just vent all the waste gases out. And now I realize, my god, I've been wasting so much energy. Especially here where, you know, heat is a precious resource on Europa. So for this one, here I learned my lesson. And what? We're done. See? Already. In fact, and then we close that one. A little bit of input just because I want to make sure that whatever is here is always emptied, so we don't end up in a situation where I accidentally have this thing with hot gas and we pump in fuel and it ignites inside here already. Not that it should matter too much, but I mean, it could then skyrocket the pressure and burst through there. And that is something we don't want to happen. Temperature, you know what, it'll be fine. We'll cool down a bit, actually. And temperature there is at 600. Yeah, with those things are all cooling down a bit too much. Yeah, I'm gonna have a logic system and a button for like just purge, which would then automatically put the output to 100. Well, no, you can't do that. We'll have to do that with a pipe analyzer, because sometimes there's a lot of pressure in here. And that's bad, okay? When you start trying to like purge and force all this extra pressure. And there we go. So now we have enough gold for almost 100. Enough copper for more. What was that? It's 10 plus... That's 11 worth of those. More than enough steel. Wonderful. Okay. So those are something we'll come back for eventually. So right now we then have another look, because we're going back to there for the solar array shenanigans. Well, we're going to need other things. We need plastic sheets. We're going to need walls. And we have frames and steel sheets. Ooh, sorry about that. Now what else? What else? Yeah, because we're going to make everything out of windows, because, you know, greenhouse for our solar shenanigans. And we're gonna need frames for it all. I should have enough copper. I mean, cable. I mean, frankly, another thing we'll be needing is these guys. Glass for windows. So silicon. Something we need to smelt a lot of. So we've got 1, 2, almost 300. Now for silicon though, we're gonna use the fuel. Pressure is 400 kilopascals. Because the silicon off gases, I think it was pollutants. But it cools shit down a lot. Oh fuck. What, like, why is that pressure good? Lovely. So we fill this thing with fuel. The volatiles, 0.04. Okay, yeah, okay, the temperature and pressure is increasing now because it's the inside are burning. Oh yeah, because there's volatiles and nitrous, which means their auto ignition is 50 degrees Celsius and inside is F530. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Poof. Because he'll keep on pushing in more fuel. And you can see the temperature is actually going down, despite the fact that he's effectively sucking. Oh, a very tiny amount of fuel. It's only very small amounts. It's not enough to turn it into an ingot, but it is still enough to process it. I haven't really done... I don't look too closely. What exactly is that number? And temperature is actually going down. Now a pump is also a one-way valve, so we can use that. Now the pressure here is increasing. There's very many... gas in here is being pumped into there because it is heating up. We don't want that too much in our main... Ooh. Shit. I wasn't paying attention and we sucked in like proper fuel, eh? So we go thwomp. There we go. I'll put in stuff and it includes small amounts of volatiles. So it has an active ongoing burning being pushed in here. Our nitrous oxides are actually going down a little bit. So it seems to be preferring the nitrous oxide over the oxygen as an oxide when burning the volatiles. Which is kind of neat. Now the good thing is, you know, I haven't even considered that. So pushing in a little bit of volatiles in here, when it has a small amount of nitrous oxide, releases a large amount of heat, increasing the temperature of our waste gases, meaning we can recycle these without actually needing to use fuel and so on. Pressure's going down.
Critical.
One of these... Fuck. Okay. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. I fucked up there. I forgot it was a freaking pump. $1.95. You know what? Fuck it. Push out the rest while you're at it. So you have very little things inside. That's okay. And you're all good. And like I said, these pipes can handle 50 megapascals of pressure, and there's an extra freaking tank there. Well, I'm giving it a large amount of volume. Now getting those... Alright, I'm gonna let you do your thing for a while. It is minus 87 in here. Gonna vent a little bit. It's so warm, minus 80. Oof. And yes, There were fires and explosions. That's why there's no walls here. Or ceilings. Things happen, right? Now, did I have... Oh. Jesus Christ, I'm pressing F5 when I'm supposed to be pressing 5. What a mortal. Not here. It is... And it's not under electrics. What's in you? You are APCs and batteries. You are an empty box. You good? Oh. You done? Neat. Assuming you can make the stackers, you require normal iron for that one. Okay. So, quick check. Do we have 8% of liquid now? We good? No rush. Solar panels, stairs. Alright, could be worse. I definitely need to get my shit together and make more of these stackers. Unloader loader. Come on. Let me through. Let's push the button. Now, as far as sheets go, plastic is actually the one we're sort of low on. And also I should make copies of this system here for all of them when I want them to fill up a single cardboard box. Because this one was what this one did for when we're doing cables. When it spat out the cardboard box landed on the trigger plate, where the compare unit and all this then, deactivated the machine. But our friend here is about to be having a very bad time with the whole dying of thirst bit. So let's go fix that.
Hunger caution.
And he's getting a little hungry too. So we'll do that. We'll unleash his mouth fart upon the plants. Wow. Alt clicking is just weird because it skips the whole loading bar thing. Just saying. It's a little wild. Now, I'm gonna do that. Now, the old music room could still be habitable, so we're gonna bring these things with us. No, do it. Yeah. Right, I still have this guy here. We'll do a 4, 6, 5, 3. Water ice. Temperature inside is at 45 degrees Celsius. There we go. Now we look at our tablet. Double check. 24.3. Yes, make sure it's just... It is what it is. Liquid tank has 65 liters of water at a temperature of 22.5. And 290 Celsius, it's a bit below 20 Celsius. So slowly cool this one down. But yeah, the problem was that whilst it felt like a good idea at the time, I didn't fully comprehend how much the sun will heat up a room through windows. Now, I noticed that problem, especially in the old living room area, Now, it was extremely cooled off later on by just, you know, voiding the place to space, essentially. But it's slowly being warmed up by the windows. And once we're done, now we have a shutter system, so we can close those, and we want the same one for the other guy. Now, I don't want it to make go too insane with that one. So how about we do, in fact, continue getting distracted as I do. Now, I think we got that to work. Oh, you know what I just realized? I need more normal cables. I had like so many of them. Or what felt like crazy amounts of them. There we go. Trigger plate small. Logic writer now. Logic compare. You're comparing the logic memory of the unloader. State of 1. Wait, Jesus Christ. Okay, that might also explain. How is the most important button even an option for you? The most important button controls the Christmas lights. It should be completely on its own grid out there. Oh, it's you! No. Oh, no, that one. I was wondering what the hell happened there. So let's do... a little experiment. Because now, maybe... What? There we go. Small what moment? Nothing too bad. So, not equals. Logic memory, logic memory. And I'm looking at trigger plate small. Logic writer, you're in. Logic compare. Output would be auto lathe. Oh man, I really need to start separating these things. Wow. Oh, and then the auto lathe is actually separated from you guys. What the fuck? How is that possible? So you get your power from here. You get your power from here. Well, that would explain it, wouldn't it? Whoops. Auto lathe. Variable. Activate. See, you can hear, it's on. And it stopped doing it, because I'm standing on the plate. And now with the plate, it's doing the thing again. Heckin' magic. Boom. Is the thing plugged in? Yes, Fluffy Buttocks. Turned out that was exactly the problem, yes. It is the problem more often than I would like. No. Are you sure it's plugged in? Like, yes, I'm sure it's not plugged in. It's... I'm smeared. I'm so fucking smeared. You don't even know it. Yeah. But using these pressure plates has been a fun one. Because I just had this like wondering, like, how would I make this thing realize it has made one of these? Like, fill the box and stop. And then I remember, wait, trigger plates exist. So we just compare a trigger plate state with the logic memory that outputs a state of 1. If they're both 1, then the compare unit puts in a 1. You know, so it's an XOR essentially. And then whatever state comes from those, the logic writer is, you know, putting out. So yeah. Oh yeah, and now if it's looking at they're not equals. So if they're both 1, that means it turns into a 0, puts in a 0, and the activate is essentially pushing this button. Maybe if you're very, very clever when I figured that one out. Of course, plugged in. Do I look like an idiot? No. Yes. Yes, I do. I know that nowadays. I'm far more dumb than you could possibly imagine. Oh. Quick check. Is there any interesting traders? Just because never know. Astro Ether. That sounds like they're selling magic, boo-boo. Good lord, this game looks addictive. Well, Fluffy Buttocks, you're right. Some might say I need help. I'd say no. All I need is help with the coding. But the only thing I need help with is, you know, more money for more like CPU and GPU power, so I can run all of this. Now this here centrifuge is. Why does it feel like you guys haven't done anything in a while? Let's double check. So if I go all the way here, right? Ooh, you guys gold and silver. Perfect. So, okay. Yes. Now this one hasn't gotten anything. I'm confused. Like, I thought this would be its main direction and this would be its overflow. But maybe it is the other way around. Either way, I'm happy. Because if it can't put stuff inside here, it'll put it to the next one. And the fact that there's silver there means that the deep miner over there is working. So it does feel like there should be more gold being processed here. Oh, you're also getting some silver. You only have gold, which is A-OK. You only have gold, which is A-OK. And you only have gold, which is also A-O-and-K. Now, this entire space is just a mess. Come on. What? Magic ubu. Yes. Sometimes magic ubu is the only explanation. Now this thing also needs to be... We need to finish building this one. I'm happy I finished the floors. We finished the chutes. We got the lamps. Most of them have batteries. I stole some batteries for a trader. Now we need to put in the rest of the ceiling. And... you have to go back. If I make the solar array, you know, it'll be amazing. It's producing power. And then the question is then, you know what? Fuck it. No. Run away. Just don't say no to the distraction. Finish what you started off. If nothing else, we'll be able to, you know, connect the freaking upstairs and downstairs. We're using an electrical wire, and that'll be grand. Yes, because the only issue I was having was I realized that, oh wait, because I want a station battery in between there. So the solar panels will always be charging the battery. And the battery, I think, could use feeding a couple of transformers putting wire electricity into this here large power that goes in between bases. I think that would be the way to go. Yeah, because then we can have a similar system at the main base. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what the... Oh, no wonder you're not making anything. You're fucking burnt out, eh? Whoops. That is true. I did kind of fuck around with cables I had no business fucking around with. I was wondering, like, it feels like my centrifuges aren't working or doing anything. What are my deep miners not producing anything? Yeah, that was exactly what had happened. And how did he make this near immaculate straight tunnel? Hey there, the Inker, it is using the magical power of the ogre, which digs in a straight line. This tunnel I just ran through, I first dug a tunnel above, then I disassembled it, put it like one grid below and dug again. So that is the double height. But in the other direction, if you see in that tunnel, it is just the ogre and it goes like one grid forward. Lumps of wire spaghetti. Oh, look, it isn't the consequences of my own actions. I know. Oh, I remember this, Cable. You were saying you'll put a transformer here later. Yes. Yes, I did, thank you. And you know what I said just a few minutes ago? That I need to put transformers here. Yep. We'll get around to it, eventually. But yeah, the ogre digs, as it says here, orthogonal ground rotation excavator. Will mine a horizontal shaft of up to X meters long, which the X is never defined anywhere. I was hoping it would be a thing we could maybe change. But it is around 200 grid blocks. Coordinates. I've noticed. So around 200. It's similar to then the auto miners, you know? There is only a small one. Whoopa. Which digs in a 2x2 grid, but straight down all the way to bedrock. Now both of them have the same sentence here that the auto miner outputs more ore than a conventional mining drill over the same area. So for every ore node this one or the ogre mines, you actually do get more ore than if you use your hand drill. So they actually are handy for mining purposes as well, but I'm using them for digging tunnels mostly because I think they're neat. I never seen that. Thanks for the usage of tip 2. Hey, no worries, Tinker. Yeah, because if we follow this way, so here we had it like two on top of each other, and if I remember correctly, they finished at different points. So here we see, yeah, the top one only went this way, but see, this is the kind of tunnel it normally digs. It is essentially one grid. And on its back end, it has a similar output like the miner, so you can connect it to a chute network. It has the car that drives forward, and then the sort of base structure it returns to. Now you're thinking like a dwarf. Your fortress is looking mighty fine. Well, thank you for fluffy buttocks. I'm doing my best here. So this is where the room where I'm trying to build a elevator music. We have the elevator. Now we just need to connect it to the power lines. I think if we come from here this way. So do the wire cutters. Then we go here, here, here. We put these away. This one should have some of these. I'm thinking we can probably go above here, through here, over to the elevator, and then we need to go straight up, because the idea is for there to be a sort of, like I said, a solar power gathering array up there, because up there is a mountain. Now, 10s we can't fit. There we go. Isn't that a 3? It was heckin' beautiful. And this power currently goes here. And this is Because in case I decide to continue the tunnel and we build something in there like a... well, something. Whomp. Alright. Alright, looks like we're gonna have to do it this way around. It'll be 1. Oh. Pushing the wrong button there. And then we hope we have enough cable to get all the way up there. Jetpack should be fine. Wait. God damn it. Yeah, alright. But the small ones in between, so that we can add stuff in the middle here. Because you can't add, you know, corners to a bit that's 10 long one. And the idea was for there to be potentially lights, but speakers. We have the music machines and everything ready to go. And I made some shitty elevator music. I gotta say, making it was fun though. It'd be interesting to try to make some more music at some point. But I guess I would like to do that on maybe off stream or something. Or maybe we'll do it, you know, on stream, but it'll be a very boring stream of me just trying to figure out, like, wait, what does music theory say about this? Fudge. That's what I get. That's what I get. So close! Oh, don't throw it away, you stupid bastard. There we go. Ow. There you go. Whoop. Yeah, currently there's just a couple of batteries here, you know. Solar panels kind of paneling away. Solaring their best. So at least we can try to build on this thing. And the question is, do I want it to continue further up here? No. Easy. Found the answer, just like that. So we're gonna go in here inside the black one we have. Yes, we're not doing this. Please call in the elevator. And while we wait for it. And I remember, like, oh yeah, we did the weather thing, didn't we? But you know what I should have done? I need to make a chip for my suit, so we can actually listen to those weather reports. And in case I was wondering, yes, this is in fact the music from Cyberpunk 2077. No. Like many people, I own small amounts of, you know, OSTs. And using them here and as a background for a game that doesn't really have its own OST works pretty well. Ooh, I wonder if this might mess me up, actually. So, just in case... ceiling. Alright. It's a little janky going down in a storm. More than just a little, I guess. Now for this one, I think I could probably turn this entire elevator shaft into a room. With the clever use of walls. And maybe in these floor railings. Because we have them, if we put them here around this shaft, because this is a 2x2 shaft dug by an auto miner. So we have 3 of these here to block off the bottom of it, essentially, and similar ones all the way to the top. That should turn that into a room. Now the cave here is, yes, exposed to the elements. But if we... I wonder if there's a maximum amount here as well. Like at what point could we turn it into a, you know, a room? Oh yeah. Solar power thing's gonna have to wait because it makes no sense if we can't get the power from there. So we need more super heavy cable, which requires Electrum and Constantin, but thankfully we do if we have to run back. Because I never fixed the cabling for the deep miner, did I? I don't think I did. One good thing is hopefully we didn't get too far. And though I would love to put some super heavy cable to support it, at least we have some heavy cable. Just in case I do something stupid again. There we go. It's mining again. Booyah. And now we have back our endless sources of gold and silver are now working.
Hydration critical.
Oh dear. So now we need the solar array to make sure we have a way of getting constant power to this thing. Unless we link this one as well to the base batteries, which would probably be a good idea. It is my sort of main like battery array. Like more batteries to store power there, and if they would be giving also power into this one through a large transformer, that could help make sure everything hooked into this line is receiving power. Currently, there aren't that many things doing that. Yeah. Another idea was to... You know... Yeah. We build like multiple battery arrays for the various outposts. And we link them to logic transmitters. So we follow the battery states on the various outposts. And if this would be our main line of power between the outposts, we can have transformers going into it, maybe even, you know, transformers that take power out from it. And depending on, you know, the needs in the various places, we could then have logic that either turns those transformers on or off. Because otherwise, you know, we can't just have transformers there on all the time, because that would end up with, you know, just these power batteries feeding into themselves essentially in a pointless loop. Did you? Yes. It heckin' worked. 36 silicon left. Better than nothing, but you know, it worked. And now make me some glass sheets, and there you go. There you go. Plastic McPlastic. We open this one. And if someone's wondering, this music we're listening to currently then is from... oh, not this one, not the green one. The black one is like structures. is from Mars First Logistics. So this one's full of plastic. This one's full of steel and steel accessories. I should probably make one full of iron sheets. We rarely need them, but when we need them, you know, you kind of need them. And then have a separate one for the glass sheets. Oh, such goodies. Wondrous. Oh, thirst, you saying? Where's step there? We're changing out batteries and all these. Various tools. Now you're low on a lot of shit. And you have 0 electrum. Well, I guess we know what we're making now, eh? Electrum. Electrum in the bum. He's here. Whoa, there you go. We can start getting ready by doing 50 silver, 100 silver, 50 gold, and 100 gold. You know? Oh. Give it a tiny amount of fuel. Stop with the output, please. And yeah, it'll get there. Wait a minute, what? What did I just... Oh well. Hot dog. I accidentally super easy electrum. Nice. Oh, and you're all closed. Get rid of that. Nice. Alright, let's run. I mean, we're gonna need a bunch of those anyway, so it'll make as many as it makes in the time it takes for us to, well, take care of our business. Yo. I still haven't built the suit, like, deposit thing. Man, using all the drink is just insane. Happens so fast. Bam, we're done. Now that was the most efficient freaking food and hygiene break this man has ever had. Jesus Christ. Excellent. Now we're gonna want one for the hard suit. And then we're gonna want one. You know what? Make a couple of more while I wonder where I want them. So I do know I want one for this guy. I'm not sure what all the tablet could do with this, but I find it an interesting choice. If nothing else, it's a good place to have a backup. Now, the flap top, well, of course, we'll need to have it so we can actually write into it. Sorry about that. Alright, make one more. Did you have any constant? You do have constants and electrum. Wonderful. And that means... let me go. I'm gonna chuck that guy down. Grab you. If we look at our left pocket, which is where most of our logic things, we can slap you in there. Heckin' perfect. Now you're an empty box. Or tragic. Oh wait, yeah, makes sense. I'm wondering, like, how the hell did you only get an empty box from there? Loader. Loader. Barely know her. And all that jazz. Come on. Oh no. Come on. No. Corner. Yes. And we do number 5. Right hand pocket. Red pack. This box. And 6 super coils. Thwomp. Thwomp. Super heavy cable. Go nuts. Remember to turn this one on. Here we go. Nuclear battery for this friendo. And I want to have a quick look-see here at the hard suit. There's logic for power, blah 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 blah. Lovely. It's also neat with that. Hey, has a setting. Cool. What does that mean? I don't know. Why don't you find out? Try to figure it out. Now, sound alert. Place a sound alert on the device's speakers. Wonderful. Entity state. Combustion. The assessed atmosphere is on fire. Returns 1 if atmosphere is on fire. 0 if not. I'm assuming that'll be. I hope that's for the external, not the if your internals are on fire. I don't think there's much you can do about it. Air release. Current state of the air release system. For example, air release 1 equals for a hard suit sets air release to on. Cool. Filtration. For yes, no. Interesting. Okay, so we can have then a filtration system for... We can activate our filtration, for example, only when necessary, really. Like, oh no, our internal, I don't know, nitrogen levels are now so high we next put the filter on, because my filter is going down constantly, even though there is a minusculely, ridiculously small amount of nitrogen there. Huh. Maybe I should just, I don't know, put it in a pocket for a while. Good work. Ratio water. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff we could do. Activate. What exactly? How do you activate a hard suit? Wild. Logic slots for occupied, occupant hash, quantity damaged, pressure, temperature, charge ratio. Fair enough. And all the 7 slots are our filters, life support battery, air tank, waste tank, prog chip. Lovely. Now, here's a... Maybe we can figure it out. No. Device logic type register housing index value. Then we have LB. So how do we identify our nah, Assuming it's no longer storming. Yep, it's no longer storming. Don't throw it away, you stupid bastard. Come on. And we do... Pump. Give me... configuration. Previous. Reference ID for this specific one. I'm assuming I can now load from a logic transmitter. It is $redo 086. That's B1. 086B1. Right? Currently has a setting of 69420 lol. That is true. We should probably fix that actually, to be honest. Transmitter setting time to storm. I see. So if I put you there, turn you off, you there, click it, click on the export, and hold on the whole bunch, put you back in. Next weather hash name, however, next weather time, event time is 0. So, what? Alright, let's have a look see here. Yield station mode, weather station mode, time to storm, weather station, next weather event time. Alright, so this should be 0. Save DB setting time to storm. Save transmitter setting time to storm. Transmitters in D2. It is in fact the logic transmitter on O2, klaxon speaker, and weather station. Does not support linking. You're active, so you're sending. So what the fuck is you setting 69420? What? Okay. I'm gonna put... Am I? There we go. Yeah. I was fucking around with the wrong chip. That would explain it. Assuming, yep. What was that one? Well, that's good. So. Let's try this then. Oh, pause. We... load bash. Load logic type from all output network vehicle provided type hash. Nope, load logic type. B. No, okay. Those reagent of device reagent mode. Nope. Given reagent hash, store the corresponding prefab hash that the device expects to fulfill the reagent requirement. For example, on an O2 lathe, the hash for iron will store the hash for iron item iron ingot. Given a reagent hash, store the corresponding prefab hash that the device expects. Device? Okay, so this is for when you start like your proper automation, just helping that shit out. Alright, cool. Loads the reagent mode. Loads reagent of devices reagent mode, where a hash for the reagent type to check for. Reagent mode can be either contents 0, required 1, recipe 2, can use the word or the number. Fair enough. But I think, aren't I supposed to be able to load something directly from a device hash, not just without the batch one? An all output network. Yeah, I don't want all. I know for a fact that I've seen these things, and I've heard about them from others, so I'm gonna have to note that out and look at the god dang unofficial wiki. So, there we go. There we go, I see 10. There we go. Insert the bit field of C into the provided register. Ooh. Beginning at B for length. Beginning at A, B for B. Length payload cannot exceed 53 bits in final length. Ooh, now that is exciting. And extracts a bit field from A, beginning of B. Ooh. Oh. Now that is neat. That is neat. But let's go here. Salt logic batch. Salt logic. Alright, come on. Give me all the way up there. I/O the device registers. Stack memory comments, labels, numeric values, indirect referencing. There's name hash. There's device ports, there's labels, the constants, numeric values, indirect referencing. Asking a register by using another register as a pointer. Okay, no, that's what I'm doing already. Dynamically changing logic type when interacting with device registers. Network referencing. Okay, well, let's add channels. I got nothing. Logic transmitter. Initially mirrored it outputs. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Stationeers. How to read from hacking logic transmitter. To R2. Pass in with it. Link the variable I want to change the logic writer in passive mode. You can read and write values that setting. Oh, you bastard. Okay, cool. I'm not finding anyone to actually explain how the fuck do I read the thing. Okay. And those all unique hash. What was that one called? How do I... So you're supposed to be able to find things by their reference ID. Right? How? The game isn't really helping me here. Because I know this is possible. I know people do this. And people say, oh, you just read the thing. And I'm like, neat. But how do I load this nonsense? Okay, so how do I read from the fucking transmitter? This is so stupid. It's so stupid. Like saving it in its like settings absolutely makes sense. It's obviously, you know, just save it in the settings. But how do I? Because everything else needs to be loaded in, and I'm trying to like not use a freaking batch read. Good job, stupid. Alright. Numbers can be written in text decimal percent. Next numbers typically used for reference ID values. Registers and constants are usually decimal values using double precision float, blah blah. Okay. Zelion! Holy butt nuggets, thank you for that resub. Shit, for 4 months already. Wow, thank you, my friend. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you're having a wonderful day, my friend. I hope it's going better than me trying to figure out how exactly do I load a heckin' reference. Accessing device by batch or reference ID, finally. 6 pins. Alternatives for accessing devices include the batch, load, store, and reference ID, load, store instructions. Oh, do they now? Yet we can't find them. CLRD. Okay. Much love, yeah. Hope you're doing well, Depot. Hope everyone's having a good time. And what do you want to do? The transmitter speaking to your suit. You will need to add this suit to your code. The klaxon is on the same cable network, so you won't need it. Reference IDs are in the PDA under item names. Yeah. But how do I load a reference ID? I mean, that's the thing. I'm trying to put a script in the suit to simply, but how do I'm trying to figure out how do I access at logic transmitter? Because nowhere is it explained. It's just saying it exists. Cool. And then I can save into it logically using your device registries. But how do I get access to the transmitter? Because I get it, I understand that if you have an active transmitter, like a passive transmitter listening, and you can link that to the other transmitter sending, makes sense. But how do I get the suit to listen to it? I'm playing BS while watching. Ooh, sounds lovely, Depot. Ah, man, I need to get back to BS soon. And we're getting there. And I want the unique ID of the item, which should be its reference ID, and not the device hash. Seek directly for the provided device ID as to read the stack value. No slot locks are very different. Cool. See, LD apparently doesn't exist. One moment, I'm jumping in my game, look at it. Better to see if I can help explain it. Oh, thank you, Raccoon. Yeah, because we're not messing with the klaxon. The suit itself has its own speakerphone. So I'm just trying to figure out how do I load anything. LD and it's like struck over. Are you? R0. (086) B1 setting. It looks like it doesn't want to work. Being like, struck over and everything. Because if I can do this, then I can work on the suit's own logic just fine. So we can alias, and it would be weather time R0. And we LD into the unique hash of the device into weather time, the setting value, because that is what we're saving there, the time until the next storm. And then and then inside a loop actually. If this works, no idea. I hate it when there's things that are so obvious no one cares to write them down. Like, how do I actually freaking load a thing into the suit from something external coming through a... Like, how am I supposed... Because even Amy says, like, hey, yo, it can be a link to... It can deal with a freaking... Like, a wireless thing. But I guess it could be a link to a logic... thing that sort of it listens to it. Right? I think so. Hello, why Stationeers eat all of my memory? I don't know, man, Antonionza. For me, at least, it was the batch loading and saving, and then having too many scripts running around too fast. It is the case usually when you have an automation and deep simulation thing like this game, because then there's so many... There's a lot of math happening. It's like my game starts lagging when I look around in my base at certain corners, especially if I'm streaming at the same time, because OBS, the streaming eats a lot of memory too. Alright, now, if this works, you might be getting an error instead. I have 16 RAM. Oof, I got 32. It's hard to say, really. You have a lot of stuff happening at the same time. Lights usually eat up memory in most games. I'm assuming it does the same thing here. And yeah, then a lot of like automation happening at the same time. But a lot of it is, of course, because it's trying to simulate at the same time all the like atmospheric mixtures, pressures, electricity. There's the communication. There's checking for batch stuff if you're using a lot of the coding and so on. So it can be a very demanding game, like at least like CPU wise, and I guess RAM as well. And I'm guessing a lot of the lag might be more CPU-ish. I'm not entirely certain. And goes good ban. Do you like track Square Hammer? Yeah, Square Hammer is a nice one. It's a fun one when it's one of those ones where I ended up like then finding out like, oh cool, they actually have a lot of like a deeper lore and like points behind their songs, like Square Hammer being about what are they called now? The Freemasons and so on. It is a lovely and quite a creative band. Now, for other time, we dig here. I guess we could then do a check here so that we'll have another alias of speaker state in R1 and I did that wrong. And dun. Essentially, I think we can work with this. So, then we do we check if weather time does not equal 0. So L N Z, no? Yes, sneeze. I know when I get home I'll post my weather alert script for your reference. Thank you, Bailey and Alamein. I mean, the weather alerts thing, otherwise, that is very easily like thing I can figure out. It was just like, how do I load into the suit from the logic transmitter. Like, how do I ever get access to anything outside of the suit from within the suits? Closest thing I found was this thing, but it's lined over, so I have no idea if this will actually work or do anything. There's nothing here marked in the functions. It feels like it's a secret thing you're not supposed to do. Like, no, we try to remove this. It's too powerful. Because if we go through all the output networks, I'm pretty sure we could discover like what the we could use the batch load, I guess. So I'm assuming it having access to the like, okay, like, how do we link these actually? Yeah, I got no idea. Wasn't very explained anywhere. Well, thank you, Balen Alamein, on the YouTube side. I would appreciate that. So register 1 if A does not equal 0, otherwise 0. So, excellent. Into speaker state, we look at weather time. If weather time is 0, which means no storm has been detected. When mode hits 1 on our weather station, which means we detected a storm, so I'm assuming then the weather time should have a countdown, essentially. Now we're following that one. And if weather time is not 0, then it's a 1. So now we have a speaker state of 1. So now if we then look into here at the good old heart suit, we have where was it now? The volume. Sound alert. We do sound alert. Load sound alert 18. LDB. Not L. SDB. Sound alert 18. And transmitter linked to a device, i.e. a hard suit, is bi-directional. You can read from and send to the suit. Yeah, I understood that one, Balen Alamein on the YouTube side, but the problem was that how do I load? What's it called in the script? Like right now I'm trying to use LD here, but it's a bit upset about it. So I'm assuming this probably will not work. And I have no idea where exactly on the hard suit it'll be reading anything. It doesn't have a slot for it. Connects to logic transmitter. Cool. How the fuck do I connect them? How do I tell it what to read? Where is the, connection? It's one of those things that it feels like it's so obvious to someone else that they have no idea what the fuck. How do I load the information from the transmitter? Valen. Because if I need the transmitter is transmitting the countdown to the upcoming, countdown to the storm. And I just want to detect if that number is not 0, that means, well, there's a storm incoming. Transmitter has a unit screw. Alright? Yeah. See, this one is... This is an active transmitter. We can't device it because it's not connected. See, the passive is the unit screw. It's what is it listening to? And that's why I want to know, how do I listen from my suit? How do I set my suit to listen to this guy? That will tell it what you want to transmit to your suit. You set sound alert data to the suit. Yes, but how do I read the sound alert data in code? You know? I keep on like forgetting to push save apparently. I thought I pushed confirm, but I was wrong. Fuck that then. You see? Normally, you see, I want to load from something like device 0. Or like into R0 from D0 the setting value. So how do I do this from the transmitter into my suit? What is the transmitter called? It makes no sense. There is no load command. I can't set any D0s, can I? It's not under DB. What references to the wireless transmitter? You know, transmitting the information is not the difficult part. It is how do I encode what is it the transmitter called so I can load it in, so I can do a comparison between is it or is it not a 0? You know? How do I link it on the suit's end? Because then, you know, if we do a, you know, does not equal 0 on R0 here, no, not R0, just R0, you know, R0 essentially, if it does not equal 0, then I know, okay, there's a value there, then we, branch if it does not equal 0, if R0 does not equal 0, branch over to play sound. Start. Alright, cool. Now we'll do play sound, and we save into DB. Sound alert, value 18, storm incoming. There. Now, when the value is not 0, we do that. Otherwise, we make sure that we save into DB. Sound alert, none. Because if it's already 18 and sets 18, apparently doesn't do anything. We can even do a sleep 2 here. But the problem is, what is a transmitter called? Because the closest thing I could do is a LD, but it being lined over and everything, I'm assuming this is the game saying no. We can use the unique IDs and so on, but that only works for like get and put for like stack information. But I don't want to fuck around with the stack, and I don't know if it has any stack information because it doesn't have an internal memory. Now, yeah. If someone could help me with this one. Because in this one, could we load into R0 from $086 B1 setting value. So this is the unit hash for that thing. All right? That's in there now. Ah. We'll link the device with the transmitters like a logic mirror. When you send logic and value to the transmitter, it sends that to the suits. Wonderful. So you're telling me, is it in my setting in the suit? Yes, that is now sending a value of 1. Try SX meter. The fuck's the X meter? Not there. So that thing should be now just sending out the value 1. This is... yeah. It's not that one. Like, do I need to like throw my suit on the ground and attack you with a screwdriver to link it to that thing? Is that what I'm missing here? X meter is whatever your X meter pin is. So you're saying... yeah? Does the suit have pins? Is what I'm wondering here. You see, this is the issue I'm having. I don't know how to make my suit listen to the thing. Like, using the code otherwise, you know, if I had, I had my transmitter linked to pin 0, makes absolutely perfect sense. I absolutely see how that machine works. between two transmitters. Absolutely fine. You know, you have a transmitter, your receiver. The point is, how do I make my suit as the receiver identify that it is something someone's trying to send some stuff to it? Because if I build this thing here, see, it's currently a passive, and here I can see, okay, now it's as a passive, it's listening to my hard suit, right? Mirroring the hard suit. If I turn it into the active, see, now I can't set this to anything, and now it's sending some stuff out, right? Because when it was active, I couldn't link to it. Cycle to advanced lap. See, now it's mirroring laptop, mirroring advanced tablet. Mirroring logic transmitters. Now the value would be 1. No, if it ever got some power. Because that guy's sending out a 1. So how do I tell my suit to listen to it? Or like what? Come on. Like, suits on, everything's a-okay. Empty out our waste tank. And then we run away. So the unit crew. So are you telling me, yeah, that in the end I completely misunderstood how these things worked? So a passive one can be listened to by anyone. But if I change this one into change that. Then we change cycle to hard suit. So this is my logic transmitter. God damn it. Okay. So this is currently mirroring hard suit, eh? With... Okay, setting 1. So if I... change that one again to time to storm. Now the setting is 0. Wait. Alright. So, yeah. I seem to have had a deep misunderstanding how all of this shit works. Okay, so now transmitter would be essentially be hard suits. And here I can do, instead of setting, we do sound alert 18, confirm,
Storm incoming.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience. Oh man, I feel dumb now. Oh man, I feel dumb. I was certain that this shit would happen like on the player side. I guess I could. I mean, is setting used for anything? If not, I guess I could make use of that one. Oh man, I feel stupid. Excellent. Okay. So that would be S. Play storm incoming if klaxon playing is equals to 1. Alright. Stupid machine. Kinda works. Stupid streamer. Kinda works. Orbit or Oasis. Gotta get better traders too. Now what do we need? Oh yeah. We're distracted by all the... well, the things. Only 2 basic shoots. We're gonna need more. See if we have them in here. 2 more. Excellent. Oh. The suit chip does have pins. DB suit, D0 helm, D1 back, jetpack. Ah, thank you. It's for the internal only, yeah. Good to know. Because I was wondering, like, how do I read whatever thing is sending? But okay, yeah, so we need an active one to have an active mirroring between the 2 things. So I misunderstood how the whole passive and active system worked. So that helped. So passive is just generally, I don't know, vibing and sending shit out to the world. And an active one is, well, a bit more active. Alright, so now we got those. copper for that one. Copper and stellite for that one. Fine. There we go. And then we look at our battery kits. Large one would need stellite. That'll be enough for one or two. No, what the heckity heck? It's goddamn Nopsar with a raid. Shady raid, as they say. How you doing? Oh, we've been dwarfing your fortressing. 55% dwarven children raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi and hello. I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer and occasionally an extremely amateur game developer.
Dang,
How did-
Knaps 0R.
Hey there, Dragon Garland. Technologia. Oh, how you all doing? Hope you're doing well. We're here in adventuring with Stationeers. And how is the... How was the dwarf fortressing there, Knapsor? Was it dwarfing? Was it forting? Well, Hanno said it when he came in. It's true. I did. I was surprised. Faced with mild shock, even. A new world, new fort, had a plan for defense. How did the plan pan out? Did it work out well? That's all good. I'm waiting for the battery to happen. Oh, what did you say? Too quick for me. Oh, I just said how diggity dang, he's goddamn Knapsor. How you doing? And got like, you know, a little surprise. Because usually you stream later than me. And like, oh, for me to get a raid from you? Oh no, I haven't been on that long, have I? And I'm like, oh, not that bad yet. Yours yet. Alright. That one's taking forever, but we're getting there. You know, we'll wait for that to work. Oh yeah, dang Zor. Well, we had just begun. Oh no. 7 hours is a while. Yeah. That's what I usually do. I try to go for like 8-ish. Sometimes it's 10. Sometimes it's 4. Come on. Let's have a closer look at these bad boys. Yeah, you're mostly gold. We got the dirty ore, and yeah, you don't have anything, but you guys are doing okay. In order to save power at some point, yeah, we need to add some more logic to these things. Contents are empty. Ooh, you must have vented not too long ago. Same. Oh, and your contents are low as well. Oh, man. I do like that. It's finally heckin' working. I keep on flying around too much. Nah. Nah. Alright, fine. We'll jetpack it. I want to see how the ogre is doing. Because the battery's going to take a while to print. I mean, the first one, then the second one. So might as well run all the way to the end here and see what's going on. Well, my Sunday streams are shorter. Sometimes I'm just late. I'm quite often a little late. Sorry about that. I'll try to be better. I'm really nervous about the upcoming week. Because I keep on trying to like very vocally and openly make these grand challenges. I'm going to start that long-term game project. So now I have to live up to my word and do it. I'm almost always late, Mao. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one then, Depot. So this machine is doing well. Ooh, procrastination. Mm-hmm. The curse of the modern age. The procrastination. Procrastinatorium. If you're late enough, it wraps around to being on time. It's very true. I'm never late. I'm just exceptionally early for next time. You'll notice that because the very first time I never turned up. Oh, big old tunnels. A spacey space dwarf hole. The way I understand it, when linked to a device, the X-meter becomes a copy of that device. If you send to the X-meter, you're sending to the device. If you read from the X-meter from the reading, you're reading from the device. Yes, Bale and Alamein over the YouTube side. I realized that after I got the system to work. Like, yes, it's mirroring it as is. I just misunderstood how the active and passive systems worked because I thought that the active would be like a transmitter and the passive would be a receiver, whereas the active is it links into being one, whereas a passive can be then read by multiple actives because the passive is essentially transmitting everywhere, but an active, so a reader, will send and receive. Tragically dead battery, and whoop, and there it is. Hey there, doggo. Okay. We'll see if this tunnel goes far enough. Around 750, I think, is where I want to be. Oh wait, oh shit, we're not deep enough, are we? There we go. That'll get me where I need to go. There we go. Oh. Sorry, my first explanation was under. Hey, no worries. It's no one else's fault for me not getting it. It's my fault for making assumptions that were in fact incorrect. I have a problem. Well, more than just one, to be honest, but, yeah. I no longer have floor pieces. Well, a temporary steel frame. That'll get the job done. There we go. And now we go here, we go there, we go in here and in there, and we put that guy back. Now, yeah. Where's that? And we put on the wires. Hmm. Heck it. There we go. So what's your latest promise, real game project start? Is it just this coming week, a certain day? Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we'll start working on the game project. The idea is to do at least 2 hours, a minimum of 2 hours per day on the game project. Because, you know, I still need to, you know, play my games. I need my variety as well. Whoopa. And it's a minimum of 2 hours because, you know, it has happened before that I'm like, okay, we'll do a quick little thing, and then it took all day because we got excited, got in a good groove. You know, the minimum of 2 hours. That also means that sometimes, you know, even if you're not feeling like it, you're gonna sit down and get at least something done. At least hopefully. That's the plan. Let's hope it works out. So is it on stream or off stream? Not 2 hours, 2 first hours of every stream. I mean, I most likely will also be doing stuff, you know, off stream, but the idea is to, you know, stream the production and also that way have a sort of office I have to turn up to and get the work done. And then, so I'm also using streaming as an anti-procrastination tool in that way. And just a handy way of, you know, documenting progress, if you will. I'll put that one there. I'll be busy then, I think, but I can interrogate you later. Yes, you can. Ah. We do this, we do that. Now this one. There we go. Now there's a chance you'll just... But if he finds ore, she'll dump it and, you know, they'll be lost. But I don't care at this point. I just need to, you know, make more chutes. Find the correct place where the iron, copper, and silicon area begins proper. A little bit too accepting of interrogations there, Hanno. Well, I mean, I'm streaming. I'm very public in everything I do here. Yeah, feel free to interrogate away. And also, you know, the threat of interrogation is also a good motivator to then make sure I have something like adequate, except something acceptable to report. Man, I love using the ogre for tunnels. You're doing good. Good work there. And deep miner. Right. Because well, at least once we have the third deep miner in an area where we can get iron and hopefully copper as well, we'll have a somewhat steady, somewhat reliable source of more easy ores, if you will. My current system does give me decent amounts of... Well, let's move this one too. I think the next one might be the last. Last one. Yep. Now let's see here. We do 6. We do 4. There we go. Andorillo. Change over to the wrench. There we go. Weld. Parts. Iron sheets. Steel sheets. Come on. Ah. Come on. Almost. Oh, yeah. Boom. Then we need the good old
Hydration critical.
hydration critical moment. What building project is complete without some freaking critical hydration? My cables. There we go. Got it. Now looking straight up can be a little annoying because, you know, the camera goes inside the armor. Why did my thrust go away? Ah. No. 5,000 kilopascals of pressure should be inside there. Okay. Too much pressure higher up? No, it shouldn't be that kind of stuff. Well, it was weird. But we're okay now. Oh, even that thing was fucking with it. Hey there, Pythos. I hope you're doing well. Why indeed? Ooh, 5-stream streak. Thank you. That's very nice of you. Why is my thrust on 0? Oh. Is it because of my camera position? So, I am somewhat uncomfortable of these super deep holes that the autominer makes. You can always build a floor on top so you don't fall into it. But for me, for this particular spot, I mean, that's what I did with then I put the deep miner. Come on. Currently unable to hear. Got my ear meds in. Ah. Well, I hope your ears get better soon, my friend. Regardless if you can hear me or not. My well wishes remain the same. Alright, all that cable got used, so we cut out. We'll push the on button and activate. And once we're done here, I guess there is one last bit. And then we get a big giant hole here. What for? I can't exactly even remember why I wanted to do the thing, but we're doing the thing, so neat. Centrifuges be centrifuging. Thingamabobs be bobbing and thinking. I need to put the nuclear battery into the charger. We need to ask our auto lathe friend here to make kit walls, because we need a large amount of windows now, don't we?
Hunger caution.
Need that steel. There you make 21 of them. And we go here. I do that. I do that. Oh no! We are at 0 hydration. We are taking health damage once again. Oh, there's no more food here. There we go. Noise and cleansed. Alright, meds are out. Hey. Well, hello there, Pythos. Hope you're doing well, and I hope those meds are helping with the ears. Ear trouble can be very, very annoying, and, many levels of bullshit. Oh shit, they're all done farming. Alright then. Otherwise, the suit is doing okay. We got battery pressure. We're actually wearing it. A-okay. Yeah, the automated food production and... yeah. I kind of forgot about that one. We'll get there. Look at the... so the black one, you go... so that will not be enough, but it'll get us started. Wait. And you're done.
Hunger caution.
We're gonna need those two. Yeah, it's definitely something I need to keep using the meds for. Oof. Well, that's unfortunate. But hey, like I said, I hope he clears out. I hope he, starts feeling better. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So we got a couple of batteries, a couple of fuses. We need large transformers. I think I need like 2, but we might as well make 3, I guess. We'll be fine. It's not like we won't be needing them later on anyway. This place needs to be warmed up again. And also needs more, more gases and things. But 200 flour. And some oils. Ah. Heckin' spuds. I guess we could turn those into some of these lovely canned fries. Yeah, that place needs to be treated because right now it is very unhealthy. Sorry about that, Dogo. To hang out in there. So now we have the solar panels, we got some batteries, we are, we're getting there. And we needed shoots. Consume the bread loaf. Hopefully we'll be able to consume the entire loaf. Before it, turns into a pumpkin. Rots away. Oh yeah, so. Make stacker, you need just basic iron. And we gotta go mining. Wait, what? Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be excellent. No need to worry about that at all. There you go. Have some iron. I need 1, 2, 3, 4 stackers at least. one more. And I'll plunk you there. Man, inside this cardboard box there. Ooh, thank the Jeebus. There were some. There we go. Alright, we got some transformers. Anything else we needed? What? No. Oh, like, yeah. I'll turn you off. There you go. Now, got 30 iron left. It's hardly enough. We know how much of iron for this one. We don't have any. What we could do. Stick you in there. God dang, what? Whomp. And 400 grams of steel. Change here from these to kit wall. And go nuts. And we'll double check here. You are riding out into the auto lathe. Yes. Its activate value with logic compare here. If we do 1 to unload a logic memory trigger plate. So when that thing has filled out its cardboard box, it'll spit it out and it'll land on this trigger plate, turning this thing off. Nice. Batteries very slowly charging. That'll have to do. There we go. Okay, so we got... What do we got? We have... Oh, a single battery large. I thought we could make 2 of those. Got some super heavies. Transformers. Okay. Okay. Well, look at that. Super solar mountain. Oh, quickie, looky if there's a trader nearby. A building could be neat. It's hard to say, is that better or not? Well, I guess I'll just need to get myself some better, bigger, better satellite dishes. I mean, for one part, this thing just should move. Oh, I hadn't even noticed how wonderfully crinkly these cables here look. That looks like so... That looks just delightful. Interrogate. If nothing else, I do have some space euros. So I can buy some of these, you know, constructibles from these bad boys. Okay. Right. Hello, Robo Bro. What I can sell to you? You want some fuel? You want a large amount of variety of food, a cake, a box of chocolates, ingots, steel. Well, they're here to be sold, so. Got some solder, some Constantine, electrum. Now this is something I should be able to make rather easily now, thanks to the wonders of the deep miner. I could buy some steel frames, get walls, glass sheets. I do need plastic sheets. I don't. Steel sheets. Get wall. No. Oh, I didn't buy him. That would explain why I can't see him there. Maybe I should. Silly me forgetting to push these buttons. Yo! Give me your 50 walls, please. And I shall not let you depart. Not until we're done. Ah! It would be interesting if we could figure out what is the, like... If we could turn one of these tunnels into... Like, turn these tunnels into rooms, essentially, by having, like, small bits and pieces of them. Would that increase the sort of simulation load? Maybe. But if we did that, and then on evenly, like, spread out, we could have these, like, windows to let some sunlight in, and then this entire tunnel could get, you know, nicely warmed up. Which should work, at least in theory. Okay, so we got the cable... Oh, that's right, we got the cable almost all the way up. But only almost. That's what we needed the heavy cable for. Oh, hell yeah. One, two, three, four. Might as well make it out of fiber. Okay, so that'll be the power, going down. And now this place needs to grow. Means we close you, we open up you, and we have a look at this one. That one has just plastic. That's okay. We'll be going through these soon enough in not large enough amounts. The electric can wait. We open number 6. We have a look at the good old Archie of the Welder. Alright. Now. So if that'll be the solar power greenhouse, and it's going to expand that way, possibly that way as well. Then this room could be where we have the battery. And then the battery outputs into this cable through the transformers. Because or do we want it to go that way? So we can use a small transformer here to make sure our local APCs get the power they need. Because if I understood it correctly, an APC has... a transformer has a higher priority than a base battery, but it's one of the few things that does. So then we'll have the base batteries being charged, but on the same line with a small transformer feeding into the local APCs to make sure all of this here keeps working. And that way we'll have at least, somewhat reliable power production. Hopefully. One frame there, and one frame there. I'm gonna feel like just expanding it that way too. Whoop! Oh no. Too fast. Keep on falling into these holes. These traps of my own making. Well, poop. Then we change to the angled grinder. That's embarrassing. I need to go through my tools. 314 days without dying. Almost a full year. Oh yeah, come on. 214 days sounds like a good run. 313 days. Like I said, almost a full year. Rookie numbers, I'm almost up to 40 years without dying. Yeah, well, I mean, in these harsh environments, so it's a little different. But yeah, Me too. Not long left until the big 4-0. That is also one of the reasons why I want to do that long-term game project, because, you know, it doesn't really matter. You know, we always wish, of course, that whatever creative projects we start, they end up absolutely magnificent and extremely, like, successful. But I also know to say, temper my expectations. I just want to make it and finish it. And then use what I learned from that project in the next one. Because I don't want to just make one game. I would like to make multiple. So if we're going to make a longer term game dev project, I think it'll be fun. And yeah, that'll be okay. And I also know that in doing so, I will be continuously finding new things, learning new things, new ways to do stuff. And that's why, you know, I'm planning on making multiple things over the time. You know, not everyone can have their like life, their like ideal game, like their Stardew Valley, and actually pull it off. A lot of people do that, and they never really work out. I'd rather be like, oh damn, what's his name now? The guy who made like Five Nights at Freddy's, who made like just ridiculous amounts of. He just made just small games here and there, online, wherever, like all the freaking time. And that is what led to the situation of, if I remember correctly, someone commenting on that fact that his designs looks like animatronic puppets, and he's like, oh, that sounds neat. And then he leaned into it and ended up making an absolute hit game that is turning into a major franchise. And after a bunch of years. Sorry, 314 days. Ooh, no, on Earth. Bless you, young fella. Nearly the big 4-0. Yeah. Nearly there. Getting there. Not there quite yet. But I'm getting there. Yeah, not many years left at all, actually. Right. There was a reason for the step design, and I kind of like, you know what, fake it. It's okay. So I've got 6 more. Let's see if we can like just get them all placed here. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, cool. Oi, bump. Here we and go. So should we expect a future Son of Hanno series full of mustaches, toilet paper, and forklift? I don't know, maybe. Could be exploding goblins as well. Or Santa's, you know, present organization. Well, you know, he was hoping for the best. It's gonna be a fun ride no matter what. I'm gonna do that.
Power low.
And to do window. Yeah. There. See, now you see the green square that's highlighted? That is where the wall will be facing into. So I want the white stuff on the outside. That's why I'm building it in the green square. See, we see the green example here, because this is inside that square. That is where the wall will be facing. And the back side, which is where the 2 squares meet. Because when you place cables or pipes against walls, they're actually being placed along this line of intersection in between here. Which is why I want the facing to be outside if you want to be able to, you know, get to your cables in a slightly more sensible way. Yeah, we don't need walls here. Windows on the back side, but yeah. We're not going to build windows around all of these. If I do that, then that. It'll be fine. Then we switch it over to the windows again. Look into the square that is above us. And have it facing down. There we go. Change back to window. Rotate. There we go. Same square. Rotate it that way. Combine those. Now, is it sensible to do this kind of like stepped design? I don't know, man, but I'm doing it because it feels fun. All right, el plástico. Now we have an entire box full of nothing but plastic, because steel and plastic is a relatively cheap combo for all these composite walls. I still haven't played around too much with the like, was it padded walls that have the sort of rounded shell sides. It's weird because you'd think like curved walls would be curved, but they aren't actually. Curved walls are not curved. Padded walls can be curved, if I remember correctly. Let's double check that to make sure I'm not a complete liar. So we have these ones, see, padded arch. You see there in the picture, it is a little curved. Even have lights fitting, so you can have, you know, lights on the side. Either above and below, or just above, and it is curved, so the wall, the sort of slanted ceiling light fits perfectly along these, so you can have these cool curved walls. Curved walls aren't curved. Full of lies. It is true, because then when you look at the, let's pull this so we don't die while we look at it. Enjoy these walls. So the padded walls, and then look at the, what are they called? Curved walls. So wall, and there we go, arch. Made from arched wall makes, you see these arches, but they have these like arches in between here. And then this flat in the middle. And that's the kind of weird one for me. So yeah, you have these like arched support beams, essentially, and a flat middle. So I guess if you use these in combination with the padded ones, you have a good sort of like good place where they meet. And the plating one is similar, the platter pattern, to the flat one. So it feels like these are a combination for the flat wall meets the arch, the padded one. And then the arch corner, which would allow these patties, well, makes neat corners that allow things to move. But your basic kit wall makes just these composites, which seems to be more than enough for most building. Come on. What? There you go. Mild jetty back in. Yeah, we're gonna have to go mining for more iron and more silicon. Because we need iron for all the other things we're making. We'll eventually need more steel and all that bullshit. But we definitely need more silicon for more windows. We're okay for plastic. No more windows. For more glass, man. I should learn how to words. Speaking of learning how to words, it's been 8 hours. But let's finish this though. So those an entire stack of plastic. Alright, they're all plasticed up down. Come on. Oh god, I just heckin' launched myself down the mountain. That was not the intention. It's funny how this game like
Caution.
sometimes just freaking launches you. Alright. Alright. They're done. Come on. What on earth does this mean we could make it all work? Did we have... We might have had enough glass. Well, shit. That went better than expected, so far. We'll have to then find out whether or not I did, in fact, have enough glass, or whether I'm just talking out of my ass. Some good glass. Totally invisible. Well, not totally, because if you look at it, you see there's that... What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hex. No, that's not a hex. It's a... Wait. It is a hex. Hexagon. Yeah. And we could then expand to the sides, but for now we'll do this. We do hum hum. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. And now I'm locked in. Nice. In other words, we whip out the crowbar. Yeah, I might have to put something there to, pretty it all up. Well, that's a then kind of situation. Hexagons, it is true. It is very true. These hexas are so gones. Much gone, such hexa. Oh, and this one also doesn't need to be the cabled one because we're getting the cabling from below. It could have just been the elevator level. Alright. So. We need tools. I mean, we have the tools, but we need batteries for the tools. And the suit, apparently. Oh. It's just a little too fast. We're okay until this point, then it's... And we slow down, and... Lovely. Yeah. We can at least do that. Our dude needs... We need more oxygen soon, and... Yeah, at the music room. What else do we need? I think we need a cable. Yeah. Normal cable. We need normal cable for the... It's a bit chaotic. We actually then apparently have normal cable. Fine. Yay! Good old elevator. All the way. Ah. If we do wire cutters. Nah, because you're fine. There we go. When you actually then fuel this one. Which works with some steely sheeties. Where did we put our steely sheeties? Some electronic parts.
Hydration critical.
There we go. And then we do there.
Hunger critical.
Okay. Alright, turns out things get to be a little better, eh? With the hunger, the thirst, with the everything. Survived 315 days. Now, I'm going to wall this place in, pretty much. The pressure regulator needs to move, and then more of our solar panels all the way in here. And down there. And get rid of these walls in between here. Health at 62%. They've all been a little damaged. All being controlled by this thing. It's gonna be effing grand. You know. When it eventually works. Now our intrepid adventurer does need to go home. Before he dies of hunger. In fact, that is probably the truth for this streamer as well. Oh, right. Getting mildly airborne here again. Noise. But I guess me running our fellow back home for a little bit of a drink and a little bit of a snack is something I can do off stream as well. Then we go take on the ogre and shit. But because I gotta go out walk those dogs, I'm way over time for that one. So it's time for me to shave and save that game. And we change that scene. The shave of Hanu. Indeed. It is what needs to be done so many times. All the times. Right for it. Well, let's see. First we'll see who is out and who is about. And when I know playing Stationeers right now. There's a bunch of people playing it, but there's not that many English speaker or people I know quickly. And time to eat. Takey breaky. Exactly. Gotta walk those doggos. Gotta feed and feed the streamer as well. Ow. Now what are people doing? Where are we raiding? Who's playing what? Well, if nothing else. Thank you, what a good stream. Well, thank you, Oshog. I'm glad you had a good time. Thank you, everyone. And... well, it's not the same, but it is automation. Drax Fantastic is playing the Dyson Sphere program. Another fun automation game I played myself long ago, many years before the streaming happened. I'm gonna send you all over there. Thanks for 3. No. Thank you, Depot, for being here. I really do appreciate it. So I'm gonna send you all out there to Draxo Fantastico. We'll change the music to the party music. So, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Napsor, Oshog, Depot, Bailey, Alamein on the YouTube side, everyone else. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all of those who just wandered on in. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. I'll be seeing you around next time, and tomorrow that'll be, like I've been saying, I'll be starting out with some game dev. It'll be very, low-level, simple stuff, because we're just going to start out a project, do some planning, maybe try to get a thing to just move around a little bit. And I'll also be like maybe expounding a little bit on what the core concept is of what is the mechanic I want to explore in this game. And other than that, I was thinking tomorrow I'd also then join the bandwagon, seeing as I'm a Finn and the new Finnish game was released not long ago, and I'll be trying out my winter core, and we'll be seeing how an actual Finn survives in that game. We'll see how that works. So bye-bye, Napsor. Bye-bye, Hanu. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you for hanging out. I really do appreciate it. I'll be seeing you all next time. So, until then, stay awesome. And ta-ta, friends.